And good morning and welcome to a sun-bathed Darren Sammy cricket ground where we're about to see the start of action on day 2 of this unofficial second test between West Indies A and South Africa A. South Africa A will resume at 44 for 2 with Marquez Ackerman not out not. Now, but Peter also not out not. Umpires are out. West Indies A team also out. South Africa A batters getting onto the playing area. Claudius Emmanuel here saying good day to all listening, viewing the streaming, following us in the Caribbean, in South Africa, around the world on Cricket 360. Good day to you, bright sunny day, lovely day for cricket. And we are happy to have our analyst with us. JJ, good morning. How was your night?
Good morning to you, Claudius, and to our viewers wherever you might be around the world. And we could never get tired of saying these conditions are just perfect for cricket here in St. Lucia at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Well, last night was good, and for West Indies A, it certainly was, having picked up 2 wickets late in the piece. Looking eagerly to a start this morning, so the game nicely poised at this time.
Very much so. Shamar Joseph is going to be the one to start off things for West Indies A. And based on what we saw from him yesterday, JJ, 4 overs, 1 made a not for 10. I think this is the right approach with both batters yet to score, yet to face, with Seno Kwane being dismissed of what turned out to be the last ball of day 1. He was caught at an ace bowl lane 23. So Shamar Joseph, the right choice to start day 2.
Certainly is, and we see that he's coming from the different end. Started off in the other end yesterday. He brought the pace, he brought the aggression. Let's see this morning.
First delivery. It's outside the off stump. And now, but Peter doesn't play. Peter, of course, a night watchman, would have come in at the fall of Herman. And I think he actually stepped onto the playing area. Did go to the non-strikers end, but didn't get a chance to face because Leseho Senokwan was eventually dismissed. Joseph to Peter, homing in onto the off stump and pushed up to mid-off. No run. So Warwican, the West Indies A captain, starting with 2 slips, a gully, backward point, extra cover, forward short leg. Nice to see the fielder there, just on the edge of the second wicket, away from the one that we are playing on. This is a square of 6 wickets. We are playing on number 4. Joseph to him, cutting back and maybe doing a little bit too much. Peter coming forward, struck on the pad. Umpire Taylor not agreeing that that was out. What do you make of it, JJ?
Yes, that one was onto him much quicker than he expected and cannoned into the back pad. Certainly beaten for pace and for movement. But again, the umpire is in the best position to make that decision. Must have decided based on height.
Joseph to Peter. Peter is in behind it. Plays it up to mid-on. There's no run on that onside mid-on. Forward short leg, long leg, and the square leg. So unusual to see so many on the onside. In fact, as we speak, the fielder Andrew is being put on the square leg boundary, so 4 on the onside. Joseph to Peter. Outside the off stump and into the gloves of Mlach. So that short leg fielder, a little distance away, 2 strips away from the one that we are playing on. Square of 6 wickets. We are playing on from east to west, number 4. We played on number 3 in the first game. Joseph to Peter, good delivery on the off stump, pushed away to Brathwaite at short mid-off. The over comes to an end, the first of day 2. South Africa A, they remain on 44 for 2.
Yes, we had spoken about Naba Peter and his early entrance to proceedings yesterday. We have been discussing the stats of the players. And for Peter, he has had 2 first-class matches. He's just had the 1 innings. And it was a not out. He had 31 not outs. And he went at a strike rate of 56.3. And against the pace of Shamar Joseph, shaped up quite well. There is some decent technique in Peter. Look to bat as long as possible with Captain Ackerman. Ackerman who showed real dominance, mental strength and fitness in the previous encounter, getting a double century. Really stamped his authority on proceedings.
Johan Lane will be the man to start off things against Mark Ackerman, who is coming across the off stump and pushing up to mid-off. There's no run. So Lane yesterday, 4 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 13. The wicket of Senokwane being the last man to go last evening. Caught Atene's bowl Lane 23. Jordan Herman was caught Graves bowl Philip 18. Ackerman is walking across and allowing one slanted across him to go into the gloves of M. Latch. 2 slips, a gully, backward point, extra cover mid-off. Mid-on, forward square, and long leg. So Marcus Ackerman, who put the West Indies A to the sword in the first unofficial test, a score of 209. Outside the off stump once again from Lane and allowing it to go into the gloves of the keeper. Marcus Ackerman caught Anderson bowl O.J. Shields 209, 170 balls, 32 fours, 2 sixes, 78 dots, 122.94 his strike rate. A monumental knock. And so the West Indies A would want to see the back of him. This time he's going back and playing it down into the backward point. Joseph is there. No run. Solid numbers there for the South Africa A captain. West Indies A would want to see him quickly back in the pavilion.
Certainly is a real display of dominance and authority. Some scintillating shots. Many persons are looking forward to a big innings from him today, except West Indies A.
Well, squared up there. Ball being played down into backward point region. Didn't really go airborne for that long, but didn't come from the middle of the bat. So good probing stuff from Johan Lane. Question for you, JJ. Is there a case this morning for a 3rd slip?
There certainly is. This is the real danger man in the lineup.
Off the back foot, punched away, square, out towards the boundary. Can Joseph pull this back? No. And off the mark, Marcus Ackerman, as Lane was a little short and wide and put away nicely. So South Africa A captain getting off the mark. He's 448 for 2, the first runs of day 2.
It's a bit of a loose one there from Johan Lane. And Ackerman really continuing from where he left off in the previous game. And just to answer your question, you know that batters tend to be the most vulnerable within the first 20 balls of an innings. And surely you'd want to use up all your resources to ensure that you give yourself the best possible opportunity to take the wicket of someone who has had such a massive impact on the last game. But Yuan Lane just gave him the opportunity to free his arms and to feel a sense of comfort very early on.
Joseph will start a new over to Peter. Short, and Peter rocking out of the way. So for Joseph, 2 slips and the short leg. Point of interest for me, JJ, is whether we're going to see the short leg remain when Ackerman comes into strike. I think it would be interesting to see how he goes against Joseph. With his extra pace, I think there's a case for a little bit of aggression against Ackerman in particular. He's at the non-striker's end. Joseph to Peter. That's hit high up and picked up by the short leg Atenes. Joseph tends to bring the ball back predominantly into the right-hander. And I think against Ackerman, he would be moving it away. So maybe a greater possibility of seeing the 3rd slip for Ackerman. We'll have to wait and see when he gets into strike. Joseph moving into Peter. Play and a miss outside the off stump. This one not really coming back, just holding its own outside off stump.
Good bowling from Shamar Joseph, and this is why I can appreciate and understand why he was given the ball from this end. With those crosswinds taking that ball assumably into the right-hander and that extra pace, you understood why he started off with that deep backward square and the square leg. But now after that delivery, fielder posted at 2nd slip.
Peter gets one that's coming back. They'll take the single. As Ackerman calling him through. So 1 to Peter to get him off and running. No signal from the umpire. Or was there a signal? No signal. So Peter getting off the mark. 49 for 2. So Ackerman comes into strike. And well, a little surprising that Warwican posted himself at 3rd slip in the previous delivery. And well, he was starting to go at extra cover and is now going to make the change and putting the 3rd slip. I think he has gotten that right, JJ.
I certainly think so. The extra pace of Joseph, that wind helping him to shape that ball away from the left-hander. A good move.
He's coming round the wicket to Ackerman.
Ooh.
Ooh, that's good kick on that outside the off stump. It's back of a length, maybe not close enough to Ackerman to worry him. But I think Joseph has just planted a little seed of doubt in the mind of Ackerman with this one that kicked on past him about shoulder height. It was a little wide of off stump, but I think the bounce would be encouraging to Joseph and the slip cordon. Joseph round the wicket to Ackerman. Play and a miss outside the off stump. It's a no ball. Joseph working up good pace here, but the momentum just having him overstepping. But getting closer to that off-stump line where he needs to be.
Yes, and Ackerman would certainly appreciate that he's up against one of the fastest bowlers in the world, a bowler with recent international experience and success behind him. and certainly a different proposition to what he encountered in the first game.
Joseph to Ackerman. A play and a miss outside the off stump. Genuinely beaten. And the over coming to an end. Good stuff from Shamar Joseph going past the bat of Ackerman to end the over. A really good one, and notice about that veered away towards the slip cordon after passing. Good way to end the over from Shamar Joseph, who finishes his 6th. He is not for 12.
Simply beautiful bowling from Shamar Joseph, and the quality of the camera work there just showed you just how fast that was. Ackerman didn't really have that much time to get the bat down, and he played this one on the move. So as we had mentioned before, he must appreciate that he's up against one of the fastest bowlers in the world, and it's a different proposition.
Indeed, and in his 6 overs in the innings so far, you have seen the difference between Joseph and the other bowlers. Those balls are hitting the gloves of the keeper very hard indeed. Lane bowls edging Peter away from the third slip fielder and into the third man boundary for 4. Played that down safely as the 50 coming up. Or we've gone now to 54. Peter getting the boundary going to 5, and the total 54 for 2. 50 coming up in the previous over.
Yes, not much could have been done by the West Indies A. Lane bowled in that corridor of uncertainty. He pushed at it but didn't have the bounce to carry to any fielder.
Oh, that's full, and Peter missing side the off stump. Attempted Yorker, might have gone under the bat, under the toe end of the bat. Yes, no, perilously close to the off stump.
How did that miss? How did that miss? And could it be that those crosswinds must have caused that ball to tail away just at the last moment?
Good delivery from Lane. In again to Peter.
Oh.
And that's a play and a miss. Outside the off stump. This one shorter length. Genuinely playing at it. The bat almost drawn to it. And going past the outside edge. Lane continues to bowl well. His 6th over, he's halfway through it. 1 for 21, the wicket of Senokwane. So decent areas by West Indies A this morning. 3 slips and a gully. Lane to Peter. Covers up and allows this one to go into M-Latch. This one didn't seam away, just a little wide of off stump, and allowing the night watchman to watch the morning this morning, not the night, doing a good job still.
Yes, and what a difference a day makes. Lane, if we're being honest, had looked pretty ordinary last night, but he's come out this morning and just wow.
Peter, a little bit of difficulty in keeping that down, playing it up to mid-on. Brathwaite is there, no run. Stays 54 for 2. South Africa A resuming at 44 on day 2.
We had mentioned yesterday as well that Lane has been more comfortable bowling to the right-handers.
Peter squared up, playing up to short mid-off. The over comes to an end. A good one from Lane. Boundary being scored by Peter. 54 for 2. And that is South Africa A in reply to West Indies A 220 all out.
Yes, and just to provide that balanced view, Lane is operating to someone who's not boasted as one of the top batters in the A lineup, but still he's hitting some really good areas, working up ahead of steam, Could that be the effect of bowling in a partnership with someone like Shamar Joseph, that he has just raised his game?
Joseph will continue the duel with Marcus Ackerman. Round the wicket. Drive in down the ground. Out towards the boundary. It will go into it now, as Anderson Phillip is not able to pull it back. So full of length into the leg stump and punch down the ground nicely by Ackerman. In fact, that was closer to off stump, so correction there. A second boundary to Ackerman. He's 858 for 2.
Yes, and that was top class. You had set it up quite nicely when you said this was a duel, and a definite blow struck by Ackerman. 1-0.
Can Joseph present the counter punch? Punching hard into the ground is Ackerman. Back to Joseph. This is, of course, a good test for Shamar Joseph. Has gone past the bat of Ackerman in the previous over. And I think that challenge, this challenge before him, is going to do him well. I think that's good preparation for the upcoming tour of Australia. Joseph looking to prize out the big fish. Outside the off stump, good areas, just outside. And Ackerman, well, equal to it, showing good judgment and allowing it to go into the gloves of the keeper.
Yes, in the previous over, Ackerman was basically caught on the crease. So in this over, he made the adjustment and took a few steps down the wicket to Shamar Joseph and stroked him quite pleasantly down the ground. Now it's just set up on off stump and prepared to leave any of those deliveries outside his eye line.
Joseph to Ackerman, drives through mid off, out towards the boundary for 4. To the left of Brathwaite. And not able to cut that off. Ackerman doing it in boundaries. He's picked up his third. He goes to 12, 62 for 2. And if one thing, JJ, maybe Joseph here a little bit too full against Ackerman.
Yes, for sure, but we can see what it is that he's trying to attack the stumps, attack that front pan. Ackerman's coming right across the crease, but he has been equal to the task, presented a straight bat and a solid punch down the ground. 4 beautiful runs.
Indeed, so putting away those that are full, but I think when the length is pulled back in that uncertain area, he has not looked that assured. Joseph to him. A little bit of a tangle, pushing it defensively up to mid-off, extra cover. Warwick and picking up with the 3 slips in place. I think Joseph maybe wants to push the length back a little bit and get that natural movement towards his right, that is Joseph, away from the left-hander to bring the slips into play. He's round the wicket to Ackerman, who clips it away, taking a few steps across his stumps to negate the line and length from Joseph. He gets a single at the end of the over. Ackerman 13, he is 63 for 2. Ackerman just getting the better of the duel with Joseph.
Yes, he looks he looks a pretty organized player. Knows what he's about. Facing bowlers, walking up some pace.
Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
To continue to Ackerman. Full toss and hit straight to extra cover in Anderson. 63 for 2. South Africa A starting day 2 on 44 for 2. Ackerman not, Peter not. Ackerman has gone to 13, Peter 5. West Indies A starting with Shamar Joseph together with Johan Lane. This is the 4th over of the morning. 6th over of the morning. Lane is wide of off stump and ignored by Ackerman, waving to his teammates to have a change of glove. Don't think he has sweated so much. It's been just 23 minutes or so of play. Maybe a man who perhaps naturally has sweaty palms. Lane to him. Quick single being taken. Anderson can't stop it. Was there an inside edge onto that? Yes. No signal from the umpire. One more to Ackerman. He's 14-64 for 2.
Yes, and number Peter comes into strike. Has faced some 16 deliveries. West Indies A would want to see the back of him as soon as possible. They would certainly want these overs to be bowled at the meat of South Africa's A's batting.
Lane to Peter. Good delivery, but we'll get the single. Playing away nicely. Not looking to reach at that, just presenting the bat, defending away and getting the single and doing his job because he has gotten himself off strike, bringing his captain back to face. Marcus Ackerman in his 73rd game at this level, 4,797 runs, 12 hundreds, 27 50s, average 46.12. Lane to him. Punch down the ground to mid-off. And shout of no from Ackerman to Peter. So a man with vast experience. 1200s. Of course, double hundred in game 1 being his highest at this level. 209. Lane to him. Shows good judgment. Doesn't go flashing at that. Ends the over. And at the end of it, the 6th of day 2 in this unofficial test, South Africa A 65 for 2. West Indies A getting 220. We have had 20 overs, 21 overs in the innings. So let's have more from Jamal James. And then it's going to be another J, Joseph Pereira.
Yes, 65 for 2 after 21 overs. Some changes in gear for Ackerman. Ackerman, who's faced 20 deliveries and has gone to 14. Did look troubled in 1 over from Shamar Joseph, who strung a good few deliveries together, beating the bat. But Ackerman in the next over came out ready for a counter punch. Slight change from Warrican in terms of the field. Free slips, a gully, a backward point to Naba Peter while keeping the short leg in. As we say, welcome back to Reds Pereira.
Joseph, none for 21. And he's looked good, quite good this morning. Yesterday he had 4 overs for 10. Or it was 5 overs for 10, Coxie. Yeah. Yes, 4 overs to 10. And he's bowled with good control and bowled with good pace, but lots of eyes on Joseph, but especially those who are in fact selecting the first test team. Good delivery.
Yes, so
Brought the batsman in. Got his attention of the batsman. And might encourage Warrican to, if he continues at that length, to just put in a short leg. So, field is changing over. So good morning, good afternoon, good middag, the Luisteraars in South Africa, in my best Afrikaans. If you think that I have no idea what I'm talking about, you can email me at pereiraj@hotmail.com and say no more Afrikaans. Well, overstepping, the problems of many fast bowlers. 68 for 2. But by picking up those 2 wickets yesterday afternoon, there's greater interest in this game.
there certainly is, and Shamar Joseph was interested in that. He felt that the batter had gotten something on that, but then he heard the no ball.
Yeah.
Shout from the umpire and was pretty disgruntled.
Umpire is Chris Taylor from Jamaica. Keen sportsman. Play that later that came into him. They'll look for a second, they will get it. They made on running towards the square leg umpire. Couldn't stop the second run. 6-9 for 2. Stuff going here. West Indies A made 220. There's a India A versus England A. It's a high scoring game. India 348 and batting a second time, 353 for 7. England 327. India lead England A by 347. But much lower scoring in here. That could be a pretty dead track. It could be a batsman track, a bowler's nightmare. But runs are runs. Well, ball right in the stump. Ian Bishop standing advice, ball off stump. So I think it's a very important day, a very important game in the lives of Shamar Joseph.
Yes, for sure. Great interest around his performance in this game after his exploits against Australia in Australia.
3 slips in the square gully.
The Caribbean team would want for him to replicate that form. Use this as a stepping stone to bigger things against Australia later on in the Manfreds.
Yes, he needs to bowl well, of course. Wickets in the 4th column always looks good. But what will the conditions be at Kensington? That's another matter. Will they look to play 4 fast bowlers? Will they play 3 fast bowlers? The spinners in Warrican and Chase. That's pushed in the offside, getting a single. Over is called by umpire Chris Taylor, who is more than an average table tennis player. He's always on Sports Max as a football expert, and I think he has one other string to his bow. I don't want to guess, but this morning I saw him working out on the treadmill. So maybe fitness important for the umpires, and he would like to join those who have recently been made ICC panel members.
Definitely. Ambition is important in this life. I saw him running some laps at the end of the game yesterday. Yeah, so looks a fit man.
Yes, in fact, he asked Chris Taylor, he asked Chris Wells, Chris Taylor, to organize him to go to the tennis center and play. So he's very keen. He likes table tennis, good for his fitness, good for his footwork for cricketers. Nice looking shot on the toe of the bat. Well, news out of Barbados is interesting. But before we come to that, the mere fact that Philip has been included in this, you can see maybe what the thoughts are. He was not originally included.
Yes. It's a good shot, but hit out to the man at the point. Yes, and Philip would have done himself no harm by picking up the wicket of the opening batter yesterday.
No. I mean, you have to try and read the tea leaves. You don't have any inside information, but you can read the tea leaves that they're looking for options. 3 quicks for spinner. Chase, the captain. 4 quicks, maybe also. Big appeal, but
Warwick and the vice captain.
well, if they go for 4 fast bowlers, that might be the case. It's a hard decision, but vice captains have been left out before. But if the conditions at Kensington is favoring 4 fast bowlers, what do you do?
Oh,
Well, very lucky that didn't take the off stump. Very, very close, looking for the drive, a little bit of movement in. And maybe the captain, Ackerman, going down to Peter and said, look, your job is to stay there. Rotate the strike.
don't think there was much he could have done about that one. Quality delivery from Johan Lane, the second time that he's almost shaved the off stump.
Well, a different variety
Yes.
of the back foot forcing him back, looking to clip it down to backward point. It's encouraging for Warrican and his team. It's encouraging for the man who's bowling, walk away to the Kaimanger end. And although my putt was not great, I think the explanation is house full of food.
Yes,
I
think you
got
got
the
that
nod.
right. I think you got that right.
I got that right, oh yeah. Lane. And pulling out of the shot. Pulling out of the shot. So now the over comes to the end. So overnight 44 for 2. They have reached 71 for 2. So they can be happy that they had no further loss, but the runs are not coming very quickly.
Yes, and I think that Naba Peter is playing an excellent role just by being there, and the West Indian bowlers eventually will have to be rotated. Shaman Joseph would have loved to have attacked the meat of the batting, but instead he has to contend with Naba Peter. Energy is being expelled. He's certainly playing his role.
Right arm round.
So Philip. Rounds of Norbert Phillips from Dominica. Played for the West Indies, went with the Alvin Kadicharan side to India, played in West Indies against Australia, had an outstanding season for Essex. I'm sure he's well remembered there, Norbert. The gentleman with number 48 in his back, carrying almost the same name, just had a couple of county matches, so that has come in handy. He's got cricket under his belt, looking for another success driving and driving well, but doesn't beat him off. Yes, I was saying there's a report out of Barbados that Roach is in England. Now the question is there, Jamal, if Roach is about to be in the camp, if Roach is about to be selected, why is Roach in England now? Or is he flying back tomorrow?
Roach, our most experienced fast bowler.
Just too short. Didn't hit it all that cleanly. Cleared short mid-wicket. They come back for the second run. But one would have thought, unless there's a special reason why he's still in England, that Roach should be back in Barbados preparing for the camp, having some overs in the nets. I'm also told his squad is being selected. That's totally unofficial. I have no evidence. This is just friends in Barbados who hear things and share it. And to be announced shortly. The squad is going to train very shortly together.
So then, could it also be a case that Roach just getting those crucial overs in his legs, playing county cricket?
He's not playing any county cricket. I did check that. Yeah,
he's just in England.
Yeah, I'm told he's not playing. Whether that information is correct, that's another matter. So everything is, you know, what you're being told. We've lost the sunshine here. The weather's been great in St. Lucia. Well bowled, very aggressive approach by Phillip. Played here against South Africa, when the betting was that maybe Moti would have been in after a pretty impressive start in Antigua. Phillip just mopping his brow. Two slips in the gully. Probing way, that canal of danger. You have a different way of saying it.
Corridor of uncertainty.
Yeah.
Yes, well, I like yours as well.
I like to
Canal of
Caribbeanize it. We have canals.
That's
And
right.
it is a canal of danger. Because once you go playing at that,
It's Phillip, not the paciest of the bowlers, but he's putting that ball in some good areas.
yeah, very aggressive approach, very athletic. Well taken by Emlach. On the leg side. So overcalled. So things are tight here at the Darren Sammy. 2 for 73. 2 for 73. Joseph has had 8 overs. None for 26. And Phillips has had 8 overs. 1 for 22. Lane 1 for 34.
Yes, Reds, but you had mentioned to us a while ago about reading the tea leaves, that this combination selected here provides some insight as to what you might see, just a feel of the selectors, of what they believe. And you had mentioned about maybe in Kensington how it might be. I know that some persons hold the view that just maybe on the emotional point, with Chase being the captain, Warwick being the vice captain, is happening in Barbados. It's almost going to be like this big party where persons are invited who played in that team that you've been letting us know about. Do you see that Warwick Barbadian would miss out?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying those are options. Clipping the pad a bit. No, I'm just saying what are the possibilities?
Yeah.
You know.
Would be pretty hard if he does miss out that big event. But then again, team combination, the fast bowlers, the nature of the wicket, so much to consider when putting together that team for the first game.
If it's anything like what Kensington used to be going back 10, 15 years, it's a possibility. But it's likely that they'll probably play three quicks, the left arm spinner and chase.
Oh.
Nice shot, driving,
Oh.
just too far. And Peter is no tail ender who has been given the night watchman job. That was, in fact, an authentic stroke.
Just love to see that on replay again. Oh yeah, high elbow, hold the pose. Admire me. That's what that shot has says.
I think you better start checking Peter's first-class record.
Yeah, we had mentioned it. Just 2 first-class games, 1 innings, 31 not out.
Yeah. Maybe an all-round in the making, leg spinner all-rounder. You've had a few. Richie Beno would fit that. The great Richie Beno. So Richie Beno will fit that very well. And there are a few others who will fit that very well. Ian Chappell used to bowl a little bit of leg spin. So does Bobby Simpson. So the Keith Stackpole.
He's driving again. This time just for the single. And just to support what you're saying, Rez, I remember that Steve Smith had started bowling leg spin when he made his debut.
Exactly. Hardly bowls anymore. When last you see Smith operating. But he's obviously worked in his batting. He has a unique style. And he frustrates a lot of bowlers because he moves around a lot, but he's got a good eye. Right up. Played defensively. Ackerman is going to remember this ground because of his 200. He's 20. Peter has moved nicely to 12. And the partnership is 34. Very useful runs. Touches of a chess match here. 2 slips in a gully, crouching. And yet another over is in fact completed. And it's 78 for 2. We had 25 overs bowled. Joseph, 8 overs done for 26. Philip, 8 overs, 1 for 22. And Lane, 9 overs, 1 for 29. So runs have come in different parts of the morning so far.
Yes, for sure. And just full of energy series. June 25th marks the start of the first test in Barbados. Today is the 9th of June. The squad will be meeting soon.
That's my information. I'm sorry it's selected.
It must, because
All
today's the 9th.
unofficial.
Yeah.
And some of the backroom staff is coming back for the camp that we held in Barbados.
Yeah, so. But a bit of frustration must be creeping in because Naba Peter is still there.
Well, the night watchman tends to stay around. I mean, I remember in Delhi, Winston Davis batted throughout, came in as a night watchman. Winston Davis batting, if I remember well, throughout the first session in Delhi. So the night watchmen are chosen for many reasons. They don't mind going. They've got their basics. They play straight. They don't get too ambitious. They realize what is their role. Peter has played very well.
And the longer he bats, he's really starting to look the part.
Yep.
Setting up to really enjoy his batting today. But that must be frustrating for the fielding team. They would not have planned or catered for this at this time.
Well, it happens so often to all sides, whether at the regional level or at the A-team level. It's a factor you have to deal with. And you can't get too frustrated. You just got to be patient. And
Patience had almost paid off. He took the edge of Naba Peter. It looked like the simplest of catches. He got that about just above chest high. Had a second opportunity at it and still fumbled the catch. My. Alec Afanez was already running, starting to celebrate. Didn't even look back. He felt that that catch would have been taken.
Well, you have described it. We were just talking about the need to get rid of Peter. And John Campbell not holding on. West Indies missing a chance. And just to give the ground a new look, the sun has come back in all this glory. Take down the pad. A lot of sport being played. We have a situation where Portugal beat Spain 5-3 on penalties. The England coach not happy with their 1-0 victory over Andorra, saying this morning in the British press, changes will come. Croatia versus Czech Republic today. Dangerous there. Don't believe that Ackerman will be happy with that.
Batsman one over the shoulder.
He didn't see any body language. Sometimes when your fellow in partnership play a bad shot, you come down and start prodding the pitch just to maybe indicate a little message.
That's right. He would have already been given a life as a second chance, so to speak.
Yeah, the West Indies needed a couple of wickets in this session. So confident that is not going to come back, and pulls out of the shots, allows it to go through to Emlach. In cricket terms, one must say congratulations to Anguilla, because the game, the Leeward's competition, was being covered by 360 in Antigua. They're staying on now, I think, to do the academy game. So Anguilla, the winners, 2025. Congratulations to all in Anguilla, especially the former genuine bowler for Hampshire, Cardi Connor, I think, who's now a minister. Please correct me, someone, if I'm wrong. I can apologize. Cardi Connor played in an outstanding Hampshire team. Spent his early days in England and has done quite a lot of commentary for the Caribbean Broadcasting Union, for Kana, CBU.
Bowling change, it's Justin Greaves to the attack. Ackerman whips this one and gets the single. But you know, Reds, as I was thinking about night watchman, Jason Gillespie came to mind. Do you remember that as a night watchman?
Got a double.
A double, yeah. Batted for over 9 hours. So, frustrating the opposition as a night watchman, certainly nothing new. And Naba Peter, after being given that life from John Campbell, would want to do more of the same.
Not a good delivery, but one member of the backroom staff here, picked for his bowling, got a Test 100.
Is that Jerome Taylor?
Yep.
Yeah, so remember that 95 or so from Tino Best.
Yeah, threw it away. It would have been a great story. Just too short. He's got to find the right length. Clipped away. As he moves further on, the total moves further on to 82. And he's just come in first over, so one has to be understanding. But yet another authentic shot played by Peter.
That was a fantastic shot. He looks like a top order player when carving the ball for the offside. Ominous signs for West Indies, eh? Showing good judgment outside off stump as well. Warwick having to ring in the changes. The bulk of the batting still to come. Naba Peter taking his opportunity, has been around for 36 deliveries, scored the 16 runs.
Rearward delivery. That was the problem with Lane yesterday afternoon, but bowled a much better line this morning. There's football going on not too far away from here. The Masters final at the very new-looking Rosalie ground. You played there a few times since it's been done?
Yes, I have. The stadium looks absolutely beautiful.
Good for batting?
One of the best.
Not too far from the outside edge. Encouraging. Just one question before you pick up the commentary. Did you get any runs on the pitch?
I've gotten some good runs at Grosley, but in the last game I played there, we had lost the knockout game of the SPL. Congrats to Grosley, who won the tournament. I know that Coach Crafton is listening downstairs, so Coach, I'm giving you your due. Congrats to you and your team. Captain Mikey Manimelius,
Okay.
former West Indies youth captain.
Good look back at that final, SPL. Your turn
We're ready to
to
go.
pick up
Let's go.
the presentation from here.
Yes, so Ackerman has looked really good. And albeit we've been discussing that from a West Indies A point of view, performances there really count towards their test selection. As Philip comes into Ackerman, who stares this one down. Third man is pushing hard, but some good fielding keeps it to 1. So yes, albeit we've been discussing from the West Indies A point of view in terms of test preparations for Australia, Ackerman is building a case for himself as well, registering that double century, some good scores in the white ball format of the tournament. But a good score here against this quality of lineup. Shamar Joseph steaming in, Anderson Phillip, international quality bowler, Justin Greaves, the all-rounder. Phillip was a good delivery to Peter. So this would represent a much more experienced lineup. Warwick also in there. So runs here for Ackerman, you might just see him elevate himself to the conversation for upward mobility into the international ranks. So just keep a keen eye on that to see how well Ackerman can go. As we welcome back Claudius Emmanuel.
Indeed, JJ, remember the name Ackerman.
Philip, decent delivery, but again, he needs to be closer. He needs to be reminded of how he induced that mistake from Naba Peter. albeit that after he induced that mistake, John Campbell made the mistake and fumbled the catch.
What a bad miss that was. It was an absolute sitter. Waist high, two-handed. Come on, John.
Yes, Warwick and the entire team would be feeling the pinch the longer that Naba Peter remains at the crease. And the longer that he continues to show good judgment outside the off stump, as we see that replay again. What really got me, Claudius, was that Alec Afnes, he never turned around. He was just fully confident that John Campbell had gobbled that one up and was prepared to go celebrate with Anderson Phillip.
He was already celebrating, and then lo and behold, you would have heard that hit the floor.
Yes, so. But this is the task for Phillip. Sometimes things don't go your way. You need to muster the strength to do it again. Was pretty close to doing it on this occasion. And this is what needs to happen. He needs to get a bit closer to the batsman to force a decision to play.
Yes, and the frustration level you'd expect being heightened there for Phillip, who was run in. But talking about night watchmen, well, you mentioned Jason Gillespie, 201 not out. The Australian getting that versus Bangladesh in 2006.
Whoa. It's a beautiful one. Phillip getting closer, but that's the end of the over. Naba Peter sticks around. The score 84 for 2 after 28.
South Africa A just getting on to 1 hour's play since the start. They have made slow progress. They have added 34 without loss. In fact, that's the partnership contribution. These two starting, both of them not yet getting off the mark. And so it's been a good session for South Africa A. Of course, West Indies A with the bad miss with Campbell putting down Peter. And, well, they'll want to plug away as Graves continues.
Really good from Justin Greaves. Beating the outside edge. Ackerman has looked really assured. Has shown good technique. Not often that he's genuinely beaten outside off stump and forced to play at one. So good delivery.
Indeed. Perhaps one of the few times, maybe except for the couple that we saw from Joseph, that Ackerman has been beaten.
Goes too wide on this occasion, and this is what we've been discussing. Level of consistency as we compared that of the South African A bowling unit to West Indies A. South Africa A, they were able to string a good set of deliveries together, one after the other, kept the batters under pressure. We saw 5 maiden overs in a row at one point. And 2 wickets had fallen in that time. We had even discussed the Andrew Strauss philosophy that if you see 3 maidens in a row, you tend to have a wicket. That was based on his experience and assessment. So 2 wickets falling. So West Indies A need to find a way to keep things tight, keep the pressure on, string a few maidens together. Ackerman has been quite busy at the crease. It's a leave. There is a loud appeal, and the finger goes up. Ackerman walks away. He seems disgruntled. Certainly not pleased with that decision. But it doesn't matter because the index finger has been raised.
A big wicket for West Indies A. As pitch coming back, and I think that's not all that a bad decision by the umpire. Ackerman obviously not happy, but it came back and maybe suggesting that it may have missed the off stump or gone over. But umpire Basiraf, he was the man in line saying out, and well, to be controversial, look at it again. JJ is agreeing with Ackerman, and above the knee roll, he's not a tall man, and in the decision, in the opinion of umpire Basiraf, that would have clipped the top of off.
So given out like before wicket, and that's the only thing that really matters. Only one man could have made that decision. He has decided in favor of West Indies. Had one look at it and was convinced. Ackerman just heard that grunt in disbelief.
Yeah, not happy. Thinking that, well, he should have been given the benefit of the doubt, and you can just see the body language there saying, come on, Amps, sort of.
We actually heard that on the stump mic. Yes, I think that one even hit the flap of the pad, so would have definitely have felt that that one was going over. It did pitch in line, but nonetheless, the big breakthrough has come from the bowling of Justin Greaves, a new man into the lineup. So, like we had been discussing, a different proposition for Ackerman, facing a different quality of bowlers. And at this time where the players are gonna have a drink, it's a good time for us to have a drink as well. So after this short break, join us soon.
Shay, West Indies will be taking the first straight this summer at home against South Africa. You know once our first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, Skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs, and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire, and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more.
Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Shay, West.
We're about to resume after the drinks break. So we continue with Graves bowling to the new batter, Kweshele. First delivery clipped away out towards mid-on. Brathwaite is sliding away to complete the fielding. So Ackerman being dismissed before the drinks break. I think JJ and I, difference of opinion as to the decision. Maybe we can have our team to maybe just give us that shot again. Ackerman playing no stroke and being judged LBW by Basiraf. Graves to Peter. Comes forward and plays up on the offside. Graves picking up the wicket as Ackerman going back and not playing. The ball straightening. Graves is operating over the wicket to the left-hander. And Ackerman, not a tall man, hit above the knee row. Reds has come into the chair. Reds, what's your take on the decision?
Yes, it looked very close. It looked very close. When the appeal went up, you just felt there could be a response for the umpire because he hadn't made a major step forward. You know, a taller man, he might have been outside the line.
Right, and the fact that it hit him above the knee roll does not automatically suggest that it was going over the stumps because he's not a tall man.
No.
Philip starts a new over to Kweshele outside the off stump and into the gloves of the keeper. So South Africa A with a setback, 85 for 3. Success for Justin Graves, picking up his first wicket. 2 overs, 1 for 6. The big wicket of Marcus Ackerman, LBW, going for 22. So Philip, having seen Peter put down by Campbell, will continue this time to Kweshele outside the off stump and allowing it to go low down to Imlach. So Kweshele, we saw him with good returns in the one-dayers. 126 in the second, 55 in the first. So a man in decent form. In the previous unofficial test, didn't do all that well. We'll give you his exact returns. Of course, South Africa A batted only once in that first game. Edge and low down taken by Atenes. Looks like Kweshele is standing his ground but begins to walk away. And so success for West Indies A once again. Sharp catch by Alec Atenes at that second slip, pushing forward and yes, picking that up two-handed. And success for West Indies A. Kweshele not getting more than just a single. And success for Anderson Phillip and West Indies A. South Africa A in a spot of bother here. They have been reduced to 85 for 4. And another wicket for West Indies A.
Yes, a game-on situation now. 220 doesn't look as small. Let's look at the replay.
Outside edge, dropping as it got to Alec Anthony's, but diving forward and ensure that he took it two-handed before it hit ground. So, good catch, second catch for Alec Anthony's after taking one above his head to end day one as Senokwane went for a big drive off the bowling of Lane. So this is shaping out to be a good morning for West Indies A, right?
Yes, Peter is still there on 16 and must be given a fair amount of credit. But one must give Warrican a little bit of credit because he could have easily have pulled out Philip and brought back Joseph. But he probably had the rhythm and decided that he would just keep him in the attack, and it's paid off the dividends.
And credit to Philip. 2 deliveries, well, a string of good deliveries. The 2 previous ones were outside the off stump moving away, and Kweshele didn't play. But this one a lot closer to the off stump, pushing at it, and the outside edge foul. Luhan Dre Pretorius, the new batter. Philip round the wicket to him as he walks across and allows it to go into the gloves of the keeper. So Luhandre Pretorius,
highly thought of in South Africa, good enough to have gotten an IPL contract.
start of his innings. 3 slips and the gully. Philip round the wicket to him. Walks across and punches down the ground. Will be a long run for Joseph Shamar. Can he pull it back? Yes, good work. Flicking it back. And the fielding being completed by Brathwaite coming from mid-off. The batters coming back for 2. So Pretorius is away with the couple. Good desperate stuff from Shamar Joseph.
And just back to the loss of Gersheli. We saw in the ODI that he is a class act. So he could have come in there and maybe bat South Africa right in a strong position.
Philip to Pretorius, driving away into the offside and away into the boundary for 4. So capitalizing on a juicy delivery outside off and hitting through the line away for 4. He goes to 6 at the end of the over, a successful one for Philip. South Africa 80 and 91 for 4.
Now decision by Warrican. He's been rolling. He's at how many straight overs? Philip.
He's just completed his 11th. He's got 4 maidens, 2 for 29. So Roland will work on that and will come back to us. So 4 overs in that last spell. So 4 in a row in the spell. Graves will come into Peter, who is playing and missing a good one outside the off stump. Mlach taking that. So the night watchman continues to frustrate West Indies A.
And it looked quite good. Played 1 or 2 authentic shots.
16 he is from 45. And it is that last statistic that is the frustrating factor. He has been there for those 45 deliveries. Graves to him, he struck on the pad and ooh, it's a good shout. Mlach still has their hands up. Can't quite believe that. That cut back and maybe doing too much. Look at it on the replay once again. Got a good stride in. That has hit the back pad.
Yep.
And umpire Baziraf indicating going down. Close one. But this time South Africa A getting the benefit of that one. Graves again. Peter drive in to extra cover. No run. Reds, you're talking about Winston Davis, the 77. It's actually against England in 1984 when he came in as a night watchman. The highest by a night watchman, Jason Gillespie, in Test cricket, 201 not out for Australia versus Bangladesh. Number of good performances from night watchmen over the years. Graves to Peter, nice watchman driving down the ground for 4. That didn't look like what you'd expect from a night watchman. Punch down the ground, along the ground, through long off for 4.
If we are playing a third 4-day game, I think he'll bat about number 6.
Ooh, that was nicely done. Very straight, just past the stumps at the non-striker's end and all the way for 4. Peter going to 20. South Africa a 95 for 4. Let's look at some high scores by night watchmen. Mark Butcher, the South African, featuring as Peter is pushing forward back to Graves. Interesting, Mark Butcher has two of the top scores by a night watchman in Test cricket. He got 125 versus Zimbabwe at Harare in 1999. And a little time after that, Mark Butcher again, 108 versus England at Durban. Peter driving out towards the left of mid-off. And there's no run. So in the same year, Mark Boucher getting 200s as a night watchman.
Oh.
End of the over. South Africa E96 for 4.
But I think if you found Winston Davis batting in another test match, that's the information?
Yes, Winston Davis, 77
Yeah.
against England in 1984 at Manchester.
See if
Old
your
Trafford.
special phone will also look at West Indies, India, and Delhi. Is it possible?
Winston Davis got a half century in that game?
Winston Davis was night watchman and batted throughout the first session, if my memory serves me well.
The 77 was Winston Davis as a night watchman.
I'm not sure about that. You're saying that it was against England.
I am sure about that, yes.
Well, by all means. I'm
Punched
saying
down the ground.
check him against
Peter.
India. Delhi. He could be listening.
And they've come back for 2, 96 for 4. So we'll check Winston Davis. Other hundreds by night watchman. Tony Mann, Australia, 105 versus India, Perth, 1977.
He was a leg spinner, Tony Mann.
Said Kamani, India versus Australia, 101 at Mumbai, 1979. Philip in 2025 to Peter, a night watchman, clipped away to Medan, no run. Then we have Nasim Ul Ghani, Pakistan, 101 versus England.
At Lord's?
Lord's,
Saw that test
1962.
match.
You saw that match, Red
Yes.
Pereira?
And he was very young. He was, I think he was 17 and came in and played well. He's a left-arm spinner.
You physically watched that? You were
I
there?
physically watched that.
Interesting.
I mean, in my 5 years in England, I watched every possible test match.
Philip to Peter, play and a miss outside the off stump. So that was Lords in 1962.
Yeah, in fact, I saw the Oval Test match also with Pakistan. And
Interesting.
you probably would have done the same thing. You might have. You've got to make a sacrifice in England. You've got to take a day off sometimes.
Yes, in fact, didn't get the opportunity to be in England, but my first test match, Reds, I actually saw it live at the Kensington Oval back in 1989. I was a student at university in Barbados, and I saw all 5 days of the test match. Delivery that from Philip comes in. Let's return from Joseph, fired at the striker stumps and missing. So one more to Peter.
This is the last friendly, eh?
Goes to 23. 98 for 4 at the end of the over.
All 5 days. It was the holiday time, or you didn't have to study, or you study at night.
No, I had to study, but I was so amazed by getting the opportunity to see a test match for the first time. And I went to all 5 days. India versus the West Indies, 1989. I think that was the game that Ian Bishop picked up his first test wicket, I think. That might have been his debut game for West Indies. The likes of Manjrika, Amarnath have played in that game. Philip to Pretorius, pushed up into extra cover.
India seems to be a favorite for people watching their first test. My first test was 1953. The Hazari side against the West Indies with Ramchand and Mankad and Gupti. And my first test as a commentator against India in 1971.
1971. So you've had a very long career, Reds, as a spectator, even as a commentator as well. Pretorius on the walk, drive in nicely into the gap for single. To the right of Brathwaite. The over coming to an end as the 100 comes up for South Africa A. So 100 for 4, 196 deliveries, 150 minutes. They've had 17 fours. They trail by 120.
Well, you know, the first time I left Guyana, I went by boat to watch the 1956 trials at the Queen's Park Oval. It was the first time that my father gave me a trip. I think it was about 35 Eastern Caribbean dollars. It was on the deck. But I went and I was probably one of the lone spectators coming from overseas. Mm-hmm. When I got the immigration man said, what you here for? And I told him cricket. He said, what? What cricket?
How long was the trip from Guyana to Barbados? You'll tell us, Reds, if you remember. Outside the off stump, into the gloves of
I
Emerald.
think it's about 24 hours. 24 hours.
So you were on the ocean for that long?
Yeah, sure, yeah. Well, my father had a couple of schooners, and we lived in the Pomeroon. Very often we will go down by schooner every Easter, every August. So I've spent quite a few years on the sea.
Graves to Pretorius. Swing outside off stump. It's too wide. Into the gloves of Emerald.
First time I went to Jamaica was on a rice boat. It took 5 days.
5 days. You didn't get seasick at all?
No. But it was an opportunity to go to Jamaica. I had already had to leave. I was working then with the British Guyana Credit Corporation. I was the all-rounder in the office, getting checks signed, going to the lead registry.
Pretorius punching Graves up to mid-off, no run.
Yes, the captain was from Caymanas, Captain Scott. And he had a toothache that the only method he could use, he wouldn't get it extracted in Trinidad where we stopped for pitch, at the pitch lake. He wouldn't extract it and he drank.
Mm. So the trip to Jamaica was for another test match?
No, the trip to Jamaica was to see a friend of mine over Christmas.
Okay, Graves to Pretorius. Too wide of off stump, let go.
Yeah, I remember exactly where I live. Off the Eastwood Park Road, 12 Hillview Avenue in Halfway Tree.
Halfway Tree, still bustling, no doubt, today. Thoroughfare there in Kingston. And lots of action there. Buses, cars, and all sorts of transportation forms. An opportunity to drive, hitting hard into the ground. Pretorius straight to mid-off.
Did a famous train drive from Mobay to Kingston. It was hilarious. It's a pantomime because lots of people into the agriculture field bringing their basket on, and they're supposed to pay a small pittance for each basket.
Graves to Pretorius, driving into the gap. Some work for Warwican. They'll come back for two. As the West Indies A captain picking up the end of the over. Graves completing another one, his fourth. 102 for 4. Partnership of 17 between these two. Nice to reminisce on your trek through the Caribbean, Reds.
But
and
the funny part of that train
4.
ride is that a lady came in. She had let's say a full cock. She had a rooster. She didn't want to pay the man who was collecting the tuppence or whatever. So she has a long dress. So she put the
The rooster.
rooster under her thing. So he's going around, all of a sudden, the rooster goes, cockerico! He turns around and do not know where it's coming from and was afraid to challenge anybody.
Wow.
Well,
Shamar Joseph being brought back. About half an hour to go before lunch on day 2. Peter gets a run down to long leg. So continuing to frustrate West Indies A as he gets his 24th run. He has remained there for 54 deliveries. 102 for 4. That is the South Africa A's effort. 117 runs they still trail by. This is a lot closer to what we saw in the first unofficial test. South Africa A winning that quite comfortably by an innings and 88 runs. They got to 600 for 7 declared. Round the wicket, Joseph to Pretorius, who's clipping that fine. Can the long leg get around? No. 4 runs away from Andrew. So a boundary to Pretorius, taking him to 1,307 for 4. A note on Joseph Reds. We have seen him. This is his 9th over. He has had the support of the slip cordon, but I just feel that he's been a little too straight. And so to Marcus Ackerman being worked away, now the left-handed Pretorius getting those free deliveries onto the pad. And Joseph need to be a lot closer to the off stump to bring the cordon into play.
Yes, that was the outside leg.
Playing a miss outside the off stump, big appeal going up. Oh, to a man, West Indies A appealing. But nothing doing from Mr. Chris Taylor. And Shamar Joseph can't believe it.
Yes.
As we look at it on the replay coming forward. And that is mighty close to the outside edge.
Yep.
There was jubilation almost among the keeper and the cordon. Everybody went up. But this gentleman did not go up.
Well, he probably have his focus right enough to call it not out.
Joseph to Pretorius, who doesn't play on this occasion.
But it'll be one of those mornings, very tight appeals, tight decisions.
Pretorius pushing forward. And just let's see Pretorius. The head never went back towards the keeper, and often, Reds, that's been pointed out as a telltale sign whether the batsman edged it.
Indicator.
Yes, Pretorius' head didn't go towards Mlatch at all, just stayed looking forward. So on that indication, we will say, well, I think Mr. Taylor did the right decision. Short, hooked away for 4. Away to the right of Andrew on this occasion. Pretorius putting away a loose delivery and getting himself a boundary to go to 1,711 for 4. Joseph not consistent enough on that off stump line.
No, not bowling with the kind of control he had in Australia. You don't expect him to be bowling as fast. But I think if you're short of work, that's the kind of problem you're going to have. He just has not had much red ball cricket under his belt. Very little cricket.
Again down the leg side, worked away straight to Andrew on this occasion. So 1-2 Pretorius as Shamar Joseph completes his 9th, the 34th of the innings. South Africa A, 112 for 4. Pretorius 18. And Mr. Night Watchman Naba Peter is on 25 from 55.
It's amazing how things could happen for a bowler. He ended up not getting the result he wanted, costing some runs, It could have been the other way around. He could have seen the back of Pretorius.
Indeed. We told you about South Africa getting to 600. Just to remind you what happened in the first unofficial test. West Indies 240 all out. South Africa a 600 for 7 declared. West Indies in reply falling 88 runs short of the lead. Graves bowling outside the off stump to Pretorius to start another over. West Indies getting to 100 and 272. West Indies 272 all out.
Yes, they got just a little more than the first innings.
Yes. 240 and 272. This game they got 220. Graves to Pretorius. Let go outside the off stump. So the lead 208. South Africa. They trail by that. Let's put it that way instead. So they are 112 for 4. The story of the day's play so far, day 2, South Africa A resuming at 44 for 2 with Naba Peter not, Marcus Ackerman not. Ackerman has been dismissed. Driving is Pretorius, straight to Andrew at that cover point position, no run. So Leseho Senokwan caught Atene's bowl lane 23. He was the last man to go on day 1. Proved to be the final ball of the day. Before him, Jordan Herman caught Graves bowl Philip 18. Ackerman, LBW Graves 22. And Zenatemba Kweshele dismissed for 1. Very wide one from Graves. Kweshele caught Atene's bowl Philip 1. Lohandri Pretorius has come in and has been quite brisk in his scoring. 18 from 20. And the night watchman Naba Peter 25 from 55. Joseph 9 overs, no maidens, not for 36. Anderson 12 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 33. Lane 9 overs, 1 for 29. Forward comes Pretorius and gets a single to cover point. Yeah, the call. And good response from Peter. One more to the left-handed Pretorius. He goes to 19, 113 for 4. Graves, 1 delivery left in his 5th over. He has 1 for 14. Graves will now bowl to Peter and doing an excellent job for South Africa A. Graves to him, looking to hook, and ball going over the bat, over the helmet and into the gloves of Emlach to complete the 35th over of the innings. South Africa A 4 for 113.
And we are far away from the CPL, but just got an email which is
Fuller Energy Series coming up, starting on Wednesday. West Indies women versus South Africa women, and then followed by West Indies men versus Australia and West Indies versus Pakistan.
that should bring West Indies versus Pakistan some almost sellout crowds in Trinidad, I would imagine. But I'll come back to the CPL announcement.
Joseph starting his 10th over. Pretorius plays forward to mid-off, Nora.
CPL tickets will go on sale on June the 10th. Now, I don't know if this is right across the region or this is St. Lucia only. So I asked myself a question. The tickets will be for people with Visa cards, where you can buy your tickets via Visa. It's not at the box office.
Pushed away to Medan, no run. You mean credit cards?
Credit cards.
Okay, so
But I actually, the press release said Visa.
Visa.
Maybe they have a tie-in with Visa.
Okay, so sort of online purchases being facilitated.
June 10th.
So no physical tickets as yet, no purchases of those. Leandre Pretorius still in a tight single to Midan. Philip to his right, can't stop it. So Pretorius goes up to 20. Interesting technique. He sort of advances at the bowler. Sort of exaggerated initial trigger movement, we'll say. Comes
So-
across the off stump to set up himself.
Similar to Anderson.
A little more pronounced than Anderson.
Yeah.
I would think Pretorius is a little bit more proactive in the initial movement. Peter is looking to work that away. Big appeal, but umpire Taylor saying no, indicating that that is going down. Good movement from Joseph, but a little too straight to start off with, and the inward movement taking it for the down the leg side.
But funny enough, I looked at Imlash, and he didn't start to go left. If he thought, maybe he felt it was straight enough, but you called it right.
Joseph needing to start that a little outside off stump so that the inward movement and the angle can bring the impact in line. Just certainly impact in line, but wickets missing.
Yep. And he badly needs to pick up a wicket for his confidence.
Deep backward square leg posted for him on the boundary, in addition to the long leg. So maybe a short delivery. Joseph to Peter. It's the double bluff is on the stumps and pushed away to mid-on. Brathwaite picking up. And Peter being equal to this attempt to outfox him by Joseph.
Yeah. And you know, this contest virtually reflects what was suggested by the two teams. And the South Africans before did say, I was listening to a program I make a contribution to in Jamaica, where they were saying they expect a much tougher 4-day test.
Joseph to Peter. Looking to swat at that, maybe over the slips, the extra bounce proving a little too much for him there. Peter playing and missing at the end of the Joseph over. 4 for 114. We have had 36 overs.
So, time is ticking. South Africa hoping to go with no further loss. Picking up an extra 20 runs would just be a plus. The West Indies could use another wicket before the interval.
Graves to start a new over to Pretorius. Playing and missing outside the off-stump edge taken, in fact. The end of Pretorius pushing at it outside the off-stump, and success for Graves as Imlach takes the catch. Umpire Baziraf with the raised index finger. Pretorius not happy about something, stood his ground. We look at it on the replay outside the off-stump, pushed at it, edge taken, and I think he's disappointed with himself there, Pretorius. as that edge was taken by Emlach. So he goes off, Luhandre Pretorius, caught Emlach, bowled Graves for 20. It's now 5 for 150.
Well, I wicket that they badly needed, I was just referring to. But I think Pretorius dropping the bat was a reflection of his disappointment in his own self, you know.
A second wicket for Graves, therefore, as he starts his 6th over. So good success for West Indies A with about 16, 17 minutes to go to lunch. And so, Reds, let's hear more from you, and then you will be joined by JJ.
So, new batsmen come in. The West Indies refreshed by their own backroom staff. And let's do justice to Graves. Graves 5 overs, 5.1 overs, 2 for 14. He's coming for the top end and bowler Yusuf spell.
Yes, and Justin Graves, a new addition to the lineup, did not feature in the first unofficial test, and it's fair to say that he has really made his presence felt in the game thus far. A half century, 2 crucial wickets in just 5 overs.
Yes, he's had a very good year. Very good year.
Yes, so fresh from a wicket. Pungwana, the talented all-rounder, is in. Oh, and that's a welcome. Good shot delivery, first up to the tall man. And he's working up some good pace as well. Yes. Yeah, Ashley Mpongwana. He had impressed in the white ball leg of the tour. Bowled with good pace and aggression. He's up against it here. Well played. The back foot, good defense. Score 114 for 5 after 36.3.
Yesterday morning, it was a South African morning. This has been a West Indies morning because they've added 70. They've lost 3 wickets.
Yes, it's the first real time that we could honestly say that they're in the ascendancy. We've seen some real fight from the A team. Motivated by what is to come later on in the month. The prospect of being included in the squad for Australia.
And you know, today is a holiday. And in case people have been to the beach and had a Sunday lunch planned already, they might like to come on to the Darren Sammy. There are no entrance fee. It should be a very good afternoon for you.
This one a bit shortened. Oh yes, look at some really good fielding. Live wire in the field again, Shamar Joseph. Yes, being congratulated by his teammates. He's put in a good effort. It's about the second or the third time that we've seen him really put his body on the line for the team.
Might have just left a little bit of the elbow skid.
Yes, for sure. The top fielders in the team are usually stationed at backward point. Good bowling by Graves. Good areas. Good to see him string a few deliveries together. Was hoping that that one would have popped up straight to him. But then Pongwana had decelerated the hands to ensure that that one was kept down. So at the end of 37 overs, the score 115 for 5.
And if you look at the figures, Phillips 2 for 33 off 12. With Lane 1 for 29 off 9. But this has been a pretty good, important spell by Graves.
Right arm over as well.
Because he's really virtually bought that end right until they walk off, I'm sure. 6 overs, 2 for 15.
Yes, he has been exceptional. He's coming in for a bit of readiness for his opportunity. Has really grabbed it with both hands in the match thus far. Shamar Joseph, who has been working up ahead of steam. Oh. Looking pacey, would want to crank it up even more.
But just too much down leg side. He's got to bowl more off stump line.
Yes, that breeze assisting that ball to tail back into the right-handed batters. Just possibly 2 more overs before lunch, Reds. Surely he would want to line it up a bit better.
Yep, maybe.
It's a short one to the tall man who gets out of the way. The plan is clear. There is a long leg, a deep backward square, and a short leg. So every once in a while, the batters are fully aware that the short one is coming.
Yeah, this is good captaincy by Warrican. He's gone quite attacking. I mean, the mid-off and mid-on are quite close. The gully is not all that deep.
Joseph attacking the stumps as well. So pushes the batter back, deliveries head high, and then trying to go for the stumps, attacking the front pad, keeping the batters guessing, and all of that with some extra pace as well. Three dots thus far, building up some pressure. There's the short one again, and batter opted to play at this one. Short leg momentarily interested. He didn't look all that comfortable against that one, Reds.
No. This is a good hostile over. The boy from Baracara grew up in a river with very little cricket facilities. It's amazing how he's developed.
Another one that goes head high, but didn't have the level of accuracy that the previous delivery had. Surely with lunch approaching, you want the batters to be playing as many deliveries as possible.
Yes. And just coming back to Baracara, because of Joseph, a number of things have improved. For example, straight away they were able to get connection. Telephone connection was made available, Wi-Fi, and other things.
So at the end of 38 overs, the score 115 for 5. Approaching lunch. We have yet to see the introduction of spin. The fast bowlers have been doing a good job. Greaves, 6 overs, 2 for 15. Shamar Joseph thus far has had 11 overs, 3 maidens, no wickets, 37 runs. Anderson Phillip has bowled 12, 4 maidens, 2 wickets for 33. Yes, and you mentioned the captaincy of Warwicken, and you can clearly see that he is an aggressive captain. There is the edge. Speaking about aggressive captaincy, a gap was left open in the cordon. It went at catchable height. No fielder posted there, and 4 more runs to the batsman, Naba Peter.
Well, a bit of luck there running with Peter. Could be a guy who goes to the St. Peter Church in South Africa. But that bisected the first and second slip. That would have hurt. That would have hurt Graves a lot, because he did everything except having gone to one of the slippers.
This is truly beautiful bowling by Graves. It's angling in and shaping away. He's not the quickest, but bowling in some really good areas.
Yeah.
Yes, and they would need that level of consistency.
And is being seen as maybe the all-rounder right now. One gets the impression that the powers that be are moving away from Jason Holder. He got into the T20. Still good enough a player to play Test cricket, but policy could change.
Oh, what was that from Naba Peter? The first shot we've seen like that from him.
That was a woof.
Yeah. Looked a bit agricultural. So this one was pitched up in the slot. Wanted to have a go. Has been around for 62 deliveries before that, and we hadn't seen that from him.
No, just lost concentration. You see, he went for a walk, obviously talking to himself, because no way in the world the South African coaching staff will want him to look for a boundary now. So stay there until the end. 119 for 5.
He's shortening up the length, mixing it up. They have tightened the cordon a bit after that ball had passed through. As they often say, hindsight is the best sight.
But it's been a good hand by him. He was the night watchman. He's played a very important role. 20 off 64. That doesn't really matter. But he has made sure that no extra one had to come in to replace him. The wickets fell at the other end.
2 men with helmets stationed. And interestingly enough, the captain, Jumel Warwicken, has placed himself underneath the helmet.
Short mid on straight and short mid off.
It's possible that their presence might have prompted that shot from Naba Peter previously.
Possibly it could be a reaction, but there is still a straight mid on. There's still a wide mid off, so you know it's not just easy to go over the top. Lots of concentration, no doubt.
Ooh. No ball signaled. Sometimes when the fast men are putting in the extra effort and emphasis on pace, tend to transgress that front line, but that one was full toss over waist high, clearly slipped out of the hand.
Yes, possibly trying too hard, because he's It wasn't done on purpose by any means.
Justin Greaves bowls with a lot of heart, gives it everything. This one down the leg side to end the over. It's 120 for 5 after 39. And Naba Peter continues to frustrate West Indies, eh?
And 1 over to go before lunch. In case you've just come in, from 44 for 2, 120 for 5. I'm sure JJ will read you the scorecard and the bowling figures at the end of this all. Weather is good. And Coach Taylor has done a lot of work this morning. He has been taking the sun. He really should have come out with an umbrella, because he's been just below our microphones talking to the pacers down at fine leg.
Jamar Joseph.
No.
Nguana shipping up nicely. Has looked solid. Has played the short ball awkwardly in the previous over, and that might be the plan of attack from Joseph.
I'm sure you can find it. You might like to read Pogwana's first class record. A genuine all-rounder in the making. Joseph once more comes up and played just away from the backward point. So he's out of the firing line just before we walk off for lunch. In the air for a while, but dropping well short of the backward point.
Yes, and just giving Naba Peter a chance to play his role. One of the chief aspects of his role is protection of the batsman. So Pongwana, 27 first class games, 38 innings. See this one from Joseph. Short one again to Peter. So 27 first class games, 38 innings, 540 runs with a highest score of 77. He's had 2 half centuries. And his average is 16. Still 25 years old, a young man. A lot to work with.
And in the bowling department?
Bowling department, he's picked up 53 wickets with best bowling figures of 5 for 39. Average of 25.
Joseph now with 3 slips in the gully.
Oh,
that wasn't very far away from the outside edge. A little bit of lady luck maybe has not been with Joseph this morning, but that's cricket. You can have a luckless morning, a couple of appeals that has not gone his way, but that's all part of the game. You've got to come back after lunch and try to repeat exactly what you've been doing, bowling on the off stump, or should be doing.
Hoping to go with one of these wickets into lunch. Single picked up by Peter. So playing the role of a batsman now, not shielding Pongwana for that last delivery. Gives him strike. Naba Peter, 30 of 70. Good contribution. Final delivery. We assume before lunch. So already after 12 by our count. Last delivery before lunch. It's full, it's straight, it's driven down the ground. Doesn't look like it has the pace to challenge the boundary. Some good fielding by former West Indies captain Craig Brathwaite. And 2 is all it will be. The score 122 for 5 after 40 overs, as the umpires have signaled lunch. It's a good time to take you through what has happened thus far. In the batting department for South Africa A, Seo Senokwani scored 23 from 46 balls. Picked up by Lane. Jordan Herman scored 18 from 45. Picked up by Anderson Phillip. Naba Peter at number 3. 30 runs off 70 balls. He's not out. Max Ackerman, the big wicket in the lineup, fresh from a double century in the previous game, could have only managed 22 today. Picked up by Greaves. Sinitemba Kishile, picked up by Anderson Phillip, just for the 1. Luhandre Pretorius looked good for his 20, was dismissed by Greaves.
Shay, West Indies women taking the first straight this summer at home against South Africa. You know once our first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, Skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs, and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire, and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more.
Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played: Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Shay, West Indies will be taking the first strike this summer at home against South Africa. You know once that first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs, and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire, and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more.
Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
In Summy Cricket Ground, we're getting set for post-lunch action on day 2 of this unofficial test match. West Indies A versus Australia A. Correction. South Africa A. 124 for 5. South Africa A with Pomgwana on 4. Peter is on 30. And the players are coming out. The West Indies A team as well as Pomgwana and Peter. And South Africa is still trailed by 96. So this is a much closer encounter than we saw in the first game. Basiraf just waving to the official scorers. So we are getting set. Reds is with me. And Reds, a much closer affair than we had on the first game.
Pardon?
Much closer this game than we had in the first one. South Africa winning by an innings at 88. Yeah, but this is a much more even contest. You say it's a cricket match.
Yeah, cricket match. I mean, that first session, 16 overs. They lost 3 wickets for 8. You know, very even Steven.
Maybe South Africa with their nose in front.
No,
on the first session,
not
the
yet,
2 hour.
not yet. I would think
Reds, if you got 80 runs for 3 wickets, you wouldn't be happy as a team?
I would be happy if I was the West Indies too. So,
but I think South Africa would be happier.
Well, I suppose this session will probably dictate who will be happy at the close of play.
Okay, so Reds is on the fence for session 1. He says it's even Stevens, but I think in his heart of hearts he's giving West Indies A the nod. I think West Indies A had a good session. We are about to start with Lane. Was a poor delivery, shockingly so, and away to the boundary for 4 byes. Not sure what Mr. Lane had for lunch, but not a good start from him. Way down the leg side. And South Africa A away with a boundary. 124 now for 5. And, well, Mr. Lane needs to...
He's either had too much or none at all.
Or maybe the wrong choice, the wrong things. And Lane just stretching away there. So the rhythm not as it should be. And maybe needing a few deliveries to warm up. 3 slips in support. So he comes into Peter. Pushed away out to mid-on for a single. Pomgwana with the call. 128 for 129 for 5. 3 slips being used, so nice to see West Indies looking to be positive. So we credit Warwican with that, and he's been quite creative as well. We saw him start after lunch, especially to Peter with the short mid on and the silly mid off, but pushed away both fielders now for Pomguana. So that's a ploy against Peter Olney, more conventional now against Pomguana. 2 slips and a gully. Lane looking for his second wicket to Pomguana, who drives nicely. Good work by Brathwaite at mid-on, as Pomguana looking quite a picture, driving elegantly the on drive, but Brathwaite is in the way.
Just a question. When you played, you were a fast bowler. If your side was batting and it was evident that you'll have to bowl after lunch, would you have a small portion of lunch or not at all, or what?
Certainly you would want to have some bit of sustenance, obviously important for energy outside the off-stump lane. But I think, Reds, you would be careful not to have too much, because you need to be mobile. You need to keep a nice balance between
because
having something in your stomach so that you can do the work.
Because your blood has got to help your lunch to digest and pull back your energy.
Yes, and I think we often hear that batters, as they come off not out during an interval, will not consume too much.
Nope.
Lane to Pomguana outside the off stump. Pomguana lines it up and allows it to go.
Cheese and biscuits, tea, or the case may be.
Something light. We have ice cream, yogurt, banana.
I did 3 tours of India. And I can tell you without calling names that some men do eat. They have good appetites. And they still play well.
Lane beaten outside the off stump. Pomguana seemed to have had it well covered. Somehow it got through. Past the outside edge, past the off stump. And unlucky there. Lane to complete the first over after lunch on day 2. 129 for 5, South Africa 8.
Lane could not believe his bad luck. He had a little, not a kick and angle, but a little throw at the foot saying, you know, how come I didn't just take the bail there?
Right arm over to you.
Construction work very much in evidence around the Darren Sammy cricket ground. Over the years, lots of buildings going up, especially to the southern side of the ground, the back of the players' pavilion. Lots of houses going up. Red Pereira's home is not in that area. It's way to our right in the distance at Bonterre.
And just let me make it clear, my home was built before this ground became a cricket ground. Where's your spot? You got a piece of land up there, where it is?
Far from here, it's
Far from here.
Philip here at DSCG bowls down the leg side, and Mlac takes it. Roland Cox is not too far from here on the northern side.
Yeah. A house of many colors.
About a stone's throw away from you, right?
Yeah.
A little more than that.
Yeah. He doesn't come to visit me anymore. I still go around to him.
So, Coxie in close proximity to the ground, so having no difficulty in getting here. If he wants to, he can walk, but he uses transportation, vehicular transportation. On target is Philip, playing up to mid-on. And there's no run. This ground, established back in 2003, originally called the Beauséjour Cricket Ground, but renamed the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground.
And, you know, Coxie is so keen in preparation, making sure everything is ready. He probably gets here before the ground staff.
Yes, early bird. And very neat and organized, and he is giving good support to us with the information. As Peter continues to frustrate West Indies A, just facing his 75th delivery. 5-4-1-29 South Africa.
You know, one of the things I used to do is if a test match is being played in Guyana or when I lived and worked in Barbados, I would go down to border at about 20 to 7 and try and get a 60-second report into the news, whether it was rain, any selections, any injuries.
Peter wants a single, but Pamguana, sensing the danger, sends him back. A dot ball.
In those days, you know, I mean, the West Indies doing well, there was a lot of interest on, you know, what's happening with the team. Was there any rain overnight? Any changes to the squad, as the case may be? But it's something that you really got to do if you really want to commit yourself to doing a professional job.
Philip to Peter. Good delivery, pushed up to mid-on. And a few hours later, Reds, as the teams started to come, the preparation of the team, the warm-up, was a big event in itself.
Sure. I mean, in the early years, I mean, as television came in, the public got much more aware of players before they arrive in any country. There were 300 and 400 people and more coming to watch the overseas players practice and the West Indies players.
Philip to Peter. Leading edge, but not going back straight enough for Philip to come for the catch. The over comes to an end. The 42nd of the innings, South Africa, a 5-429.
This test match continued to be very closely contested. It's not a nail biter yet. We might get that in the fourth afternoon. But it's gotten a little cooler since lunch. The flags are still there. Is it good as you look over?
Good as I look to our left, good as I look on my app.
His favorite app.
It is showing that we have breezy conditions throughout the day, low percentage of rainfall. Struck on the pad, looking to take the catch, but not going to hand. Anderson and Andrew at the backward point position. It fell before them. That might have been an inside edge. From the reaction of the players, inside edge onto the pad, Pangwana pushing forward, and the catch not going to hand. Stays 5-4-129. So Lane polishing away. This is 11th over. Good delivery. Pangwana, who's standing up straight and defending away. There's no run. South Africa trail by 91 runs.
5 wickets standing. But they seem to bat deeper than the West Indies.
Yeah, Pangwana at number 9. Well, pushed down because of Peter coming in as the night watchman. He's forward. Gets a good delivery. Plays it to Andrew at backward point. To come, the Swart, Engelbrecht, Morike, and Sele. So the bowlers, maybe the last recognized pair of batters. Pangwana, a genuine all-rounder, and Peter showing that he's got the ability to bat.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's really played one bad shot, lost concentration.
Pongwana with a stroke that he will not be too happy with. He's very wide of off stump, drawn towards it, and the ball going through. Just taking a few steps out of his crease and talking to himself as he should.
Yes. Bobby Simpson once told me that he did that very often when facing Wesley Hall.
Some guys, Reds, audibly talking to themselves.
Yeah.
Others maybe just talking
Saying,
inwardly.
Concentrate.
Lane to Pongwana off the back foot, finds the gap, out towards the boundary, and away into it now for 4. Good, elegant stroke, standing tall and just punching with a check drive off the back foot, the left elbow high, and away into the boundary for 4. He goes to 8 and 133 for 5, and showing genuine class as
Yeah, no, he impressed us at the ODIs. Tall, and he has presence. That ball limped into the boundary. There's nobody sweeping.
Lane to Pongwana, who clips it away straight to Warwican at mid-wicket, and bringing the over to an end. 133 for 5. This is in reply to West Indies A, who got 220.
Yes, and kicking the dirt, so to speak, because he obviously felt that he might have missed out turning that to square leg. So disappointed. But the pattern of the morning virtually being repeated here. Philip having a fairly long day. They're using Joseph in more short bursts. Philip bowling the longest spells. He'll be happy with his work, 2 for 33 off 13.
Comes into Peter. Pushing up to short mid-on. Brathwaite is there. No run. Let's look at Joseph Shamar. 12 overs, 3 maidens, not for 41. I reckon he has had 3 spells of 4 overs each. Lane, 11 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 34. Justin Graves, 7 overs, no maidens, 2 for 20. No spin yet.
Yep.
I haven't seen Warwican into the bowling. 44th over this one. So when he does decide to bowl, he would have a ball that is well worn. Outside the off stump, driving straight to Anderson at that wide mid-off position. So Joseph, indeed, 3 spells of 4 overs each. So sort of a deliberate policy not to overuse the seamer as he builds up work for the test match.
And he's only got 4.
Philip will move into Peter. Short, looking to hook away or even pull maybe, because it's bouncing a lot lower. Outside the off stump, missing. Mlatch taking. South Africa A still trailed by 87. Is scoring at 3.06 per over.
And as Peter bats on, he looks better and better. No one will recognize if they come in this ground now that Peter was the night watchman.
He's looked good. Just the one blemish, the edge put down by Campbell at slip. Forward and plays up to Atenes, who's under the helmet at short mid-off, short extra cover, silly mid-off. He's on the square. And so you're right, Reds. Naba Peter has looked good. Has hit 5 boundaries in his 31. And of course, the important statistic is that he has batted for 82 balls. So he has frustrated the West Indies. Philip to him. Shot pulled away, gets it through, high over mid-wicket. And into the boundary for 4. Getting appreciative applause from his teammates on the balcony. So another boundary to him, his 6th, taking him to 36. 137 for 5. So he's not only soaking up deliveries, Reds, he's putting the bad balls away.
Yes, and Philip, who has mainly kept the length up, that was just too short not to be seized on by Peter.
Philip again to Peter. Pushing inside edge through square leg. He was looking to go offside. And will pick up 2. As Lane comes to his left from long leg. The end of the over. 139 for 5. West Indies A getting 220. Atenes 65. Grays 57. Brathwaite 35. The SWAT 4 for 62. Sele 3 for 52. Pomguana 1 for 18.
And I'm just feeling that Warwick's introduction or in inducing himself is not too far away.
We'll get to see when he does bring on spin. For now, continuing with the seam. As it's like Atenes is going off with the helmet, and the substitute will come on. Coming on is Lane in the bowling side of things. So the substitute coming out. Not quite sure who's that. Yes, number 73. Kemal Savory, the keeper, who featured in the first game. But they punched into the offside. Pomguana gets another boundary. Nicely put away, standing up. And again, Lane presenting the length to have him go back and punch into the left of the extra cover fielder. This time he was pressing onto the front foot. And getting another boundary, another impressive boundary to Mishnali Pomguana. Goes to 12, 143 for 5.
And Savory stretching right out at covers, trying to get the left hand just to knock it down.
Of course, being immediately pressed into action, the substitute, Pomguana, is lowering the hands outside off stump, electing not to go into the pull stroke. And the ball recorded. So 143 for 5. So in fact, Emlak would have kept in the first game. In fact, he was the skipper of that team. Dongle leg side. No ball called. Another full pitch delivery by Lane. The second time we have seen it since lunch. Just completely losing control. This time Emlach is able to pull it in. So just a no ball. 144 for 5. Partnership of 30 between these two. Now but Peter. In fact, both men contributing 12. Outside the off stump. Pomguana does not play. So Savory played in the limited overs game.
Yep. Kept. He keeps the Guyana.
Yeah, he does. So we We saw him in the limited overs games, but it's been Tevin Emlak behind the stumps in the 4-day games. Play on a miss by Pomguana to a wide one outside the off stump. And a naughty stroke from him, talking to himself.
Yeah, he's from Escobar Coast. And, you know, years ago, very few Escobans got called to trials. But conditions are improving in Escobar. So much so, I read this morning where the Guyana board is sending the under-19 squad to Escobar to have an encampment. It means you've got hostel facilities, practice facilities, so things are definitely improving there. I think there's a brand new ground about to be opened.
Off the back foot, punched away by Pomguana. And he gets the single. Very breezy conditions. Having umpire Taylor lose his headgear and exposing a clean shave.
That once we used to think that only Yul Brynner.
So flags showing evidence of that breeze. The forecast indicating that it's going to be with us for the balance of the game. Off the back foot, it's Peter that is punching away. The sweeper in Andrew comes across to his right at the deep point boundary. And they take one to complete the over. South Africa A 146 for 5. We have had 45 overs in this innings.
And I don't believe the bowler quite following the script because Warrican had brought in the cover fieldsman.
West Indies home Fuller Energy Series action beginning on Wednesday. West Indies women versus South Africa women at the 3Ws Oval. And West Indies versus Australia, red ball, followed by West Indies versus Pakistan, white ball.
Have you considered whether you're going to watch the first game in Barbados? I know you've got a few friends, so, you know, you can always get accommodation.
Yeah, do have quite a bit of friends in Barbados. I had the privilege of studying there, Red, so I spent a few years there, so quite a number of friends in BIM country. Philip to Peter outside the off stump and going through to the keeper, who has something to share with Warwick and the captain.
Yes. And I think they called for the helmet. They called for the helmet just now. I thought we might have seen a close fieldsman. Whether it's going to be for Pomguana, I'm not too sure. But I did see Imlach suggesting to the substitute to bring the helmet.
Philip will continue to Peter, who's forward, but we'll get a single away to the cover point. Savory, the substitute, picking up. He's on for Atenes. Not sure that he had an injury, but he walked off about less than 10 minutes ago. So one taken, 147 for 5. Pomguana will come into strike. West Indies are a little more defensive now with this partnership. It has put on 33. So just a slip and a gully. Squarish cover, extra cover mid-off. Mid-on. And a very short, straightish mid-wicket. Forward square and a long leg. Philip to move in to Pomguana, who is beaten by a good one outside the off stump. Got him turned around, squared up. And flashing past the defensive bat. A real good delivery. Angled in, hitting, bouncing, straightening, and eluding the outside.
Everything right except getting the scalp. Not a question for you as the fast bowler is on. We're talking about facilities improving definitely for track and field in St. Lucia.
Philip de Pongwana pushing forward down to the backward point fielder. No run.
You've played a lot of cricket throughout this islands. Cricket facilities, I think the ground from Johnson Charles, that's I think upgraded or to be upgraded. But have cricket facilities really improved?
Well, this ground, Reds, Darren Sammy Cricket Ground, is the premier facility for cricket. But in terms of improvement, I'm not aware that we have had any new additions to facilities. Outside the off-stump, pushing at it is Pongwana again beaten, as Philip is in good areas in this over, one delivery left.
Two being upgraded, the Mendu Phillip Park and Grosley.
Yeah, but these are not new grounds. So
Yeah, no,
yeah.
I just
So, yeah,
giving the upgraded thing.
absolutely. So Grosley has certainly improved in terms of the perimeter wall and the stands. But in terms of practice facility, it has not quite improved, because after this delivery, Pongwana advancing at Philip and playing defensively into the gully, no run. The end of the over, 147 for 5.
And just to continue, is the Johnson Charles, the ground where Johnson Charles is from, isn't that set to be an upgrade? I read that it was announced, but
Reds, to be honest, I'm not familiar with it. Perhaps JJ, when he comes on, can give us a better feel of it. I have not been in those parts in recent times, but the Grosley playing field, new stand, we now call it the mini stadium, but in terms of the practice facility, we have not seen that repaired. At one point, there were nets on the side, but I think that's one area of additional work that needs to go in at Grosley Mini Stadium. Mendo Phillip Park, we've got nets on the side, but still the turf wickets there needing to be rehabilitated, we can say. Graves, balls outside the off stump to Peter, a new over.
And talking about upgrades, just beyond the Johnson Charles stand is coming the 50-meter swimming pool. I drive past there getting home, and there's huge movement of earth.
Yes, of movements going in. Steelworks have started and making good progress on that facility, transforming this area into a nice sporting complex outside the off stump. So we've got cricket here, Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. We've got the St. Lucia Tennis Center to our right, the indoor facility, and coming up, being constructed as we speak, the 50-meter pool.
Indoor facility just had a successful basketball tournament, and it was a team from outside of Castries that won.
Graves to Peter. Wide of off stump and let go.
Not making them play. The Philip Marshall in ground. The roof is almost completed from what we're hearing. That roof, of course, was damaged many years ago.
Yeah, by a tropical storm. So that's good to see action there. On the southwestern side, the Lafag playing field at Swazel, that village there. Good potential, needing amenities in terms of fencing and practice facilities, but a ground with good potential. We saw some of the games in the local franchise league coming off there, and the crowd support was quite decent. Peter comes forward and plays Graves up to mid-on Nora.
I remember doing an interview prior to the start, and Hassan, the man behind it, was saying that some of the grounds he had to enclose. What method did he use? Did he use fencing? Did he use agricultural material to enclose it?
Well, the Lafag playing field was one such. They used sort of a metal / tarpaulin type of fencing, which I suppose did the job. Peter driving outer portion of the bat down to backward point sweeper. Andrew, they are looking for the second, and they will come for it and get it comfortably. 149 now for 5. Partnership pushing along nicely. It's gone to 35. Peter getting close to his 50. He's 41.
Yeah. And these two been together for quite a while. They've come out after lunch and they're still there.
149 for 5. Graves to Peter. Lines it up and allows it to go into the gloves of keeper Emlak. So the end of the 47th over of the innings. South Africa A pushing on nicely. 149 for 5. And they are doing a repair job in this 6-wicket partnership, and just maybe frustrating West Indies A somewhat, because they would have thought that with the loss of Pretorius they would have had maybe a more uninhibited advance into the lower middle, but it has not been so.
Yes, and just back to grounds, the Philip Marcelin ground is seen more as a football ground than a cricket ground?
I think it's evenly used, Reds, because it's one of those grounds with a cricket pitch on it. I think the difficulty that we have locally is that a lot of the grounds do not carry cricket pitches, and so essentially no cricket matches can be played there outside the off stump and into the gloves of Emlak. So we've got a number of grounds in the north, for example, Corinth playing field, the Sab. These grounds carry no cricket pitches, so only football.
The Sab, well, before the Sab, there used to be cricket there.
Yeah,
Keith Shallery had a program there.
Lots of cricket would have been played at the Sab before it was named the Sab, the VG playing field. Philip on target, Pumguana pushing forward in defense. The total remaining 149 for 5. So we have had about 35 minutes since lunch, and these two, they have done quite well from the luncheon position, which was 124 for 5. So 25 runs in the 35 minutes or so that we have had. 2 slips and a gully. Philip to Pumguana, pushing forward into the gap and into the boundary for 4. What a delightful stroke. When that came off, you thought that was a defensive stroke, but that was so well timed. That has gone nicely to the boundary. A forward press, a check drive, finding the gap and finding the boundary to bring Pumguana to 17. Another delightful 4 from the all-rounder.
Yes, timing and placement, and of course Waraka has got the field fairly close in. trying to stop the singles. I feel we'll see working into the attack very soon.
Philip to Pongwana. Forward, this time solidly in defense. Pushing the left pad and then almost bracing the stroke with the right pad coming to cover up and push away into the offside. And this is a young man who has been well coached, Mishlali Pongwana.
Yes, and I would think that somewhere in South Africa somebody is smiling about the batting of Peter. Because he came out here as a leg spinner.
Philip again to Pongwana, drives, but will not get the single to Anderson, who's not picking up. So Mishlali Pongwana, 25 years old, has played 27 first-class games, 250s, best of 77, average 16.87. Surprising numbers, I would say. He has batted 38 innings, just the 2 half-centuries. Philip Pongwana inside, bowled them, came back and kept a little low and hit the stumps. Bales flying all over the place. An unfortunate one there for Pongwana. Would think that that kept a little low, but it cut back and maybe inside edge and back in defense, looking at the surface and saying, oh, what have you done to me? Losing the off stump, and a good delivery from Philip, getting success. Finally, Pongwana going. Ball Philip for 17. A 6-wicket for West Indies A. South Africa 153 for 6. More from you, Reds, and then it's going to be Jamal James.
Well, just about when these two were starting maybe to worry Warrican and company, this success has come. Difficult delivery for the tall, lanky Pongwana. Kept a little low, but that's the game. It's a third day wicket, you know, it's a third day wicket. Well, the drinks are on the field, and I would just like to switch chairs with JJ so I can be a little closer to the scorecards and all the details. So, musical chairs, so to speak. We have lost the fancy phone of Claudius. He's promised to give me some of the apps if they could be suited for an old iPhone. But game on situation. 6 for 153. Claudia says, Rez, you've tried your best to get people to come. Forget it. Maybe we might get a few people by tea time. Tea time, of course, not really that far away or not really around the corner. So Graves to continue. And these 4 bowlers, well, I would think that Coach Kohli or Manager Gill should take them to dinner tonight on the West Indies board.
Yes, and good afternoon to you, Reds, and to our viewers and listeners. These 4 men have definitely bowled with a lot of heart, passion, shown some good fitness, and have gotten good reward.
And the line overall good. Graves 8.2 overs, 2 for 22. Lane 12 overs, 1 for 41. Philip now, the third column, as Michael Holding always points out, is important. 3 for 44 off 15. And Joseph, who's not had maybe all the luck in the world, none for 41 off 12. Graves to continue.
And number Peter, still there. It's been around for some 96 deliveries. A long time to frustrate West Indies, eh?
Yes. Peter Barker Howard May, that's the first name. Peter White, who from British Guyana, who played for Somerset. Peter Parfitt, who played for Middlesex, that's outside the off stump. So quite a few Peters, but not very many Peters with surnames. But he has certainly represented himself very well. On days like this, the school that he went to in South Africa was be extremely happy with his teammates. And when I looked at the announcement for the South African team, all the players are with a franchise. All the players are professionally contracted. So now Warrican with almost of a gully, where were delivery? He hasn't bowled too many of them today. And called wide. Six for 154. Very tense. But although the scoring has not been all that great, we have had some very good cricket, exciting cricket, although it hasn't been slam bam, thank you ma'am.
Full toss.
Raffit. Quickly, footwork to the right, getting down, trying to hit the woodwork at the non-striker's end. But it was pretty safe single. 155 for 6.
It's good attritional cricket. Batters having to work very hard for runs. We've called for that level of consistency from the West Indies A team. That was certainly lacking in the first game. Unable to restrain the scoring. South Africa A got up to 600 runs. Different proposition today. 155 for 6.
Sludgy left-hander.
Right, but you told us that maybe these four bowlers should be treated. I mean, wouldn't it be a perfect time for Warrican to maybe coming to ease a bit of the burden?
Well, about 3 overs ago, I saw him exercising the bowling arm. I thought that that might have been an indication that he probably would have come in. But it can't be very far away, because Joseph 12, Philip 16, Lane 12, Graves 9, and one thing that Philip is probably at the end of this spell. Short, very short mid-off now. Yes. First slip is wide, second slip is wider. A gully. And for a moment he thought he was through, but took the toe of the bat, the inner part. Gets 2 down towards backward square.
So Naba Peter picks up another 2, takes his tally up to 44, moving closer to that cherished half century as a number 3 batter in this innings.
Well, some people remember St. Lucia for different scores. The captain with his double 100. Peter will be looking for 50 to remember. It's well behind that.
I really love the role that Peter has played as a night watchman. It's not all about the runs that you score, occupation of the crease, application, pivotal. He has certainly done that. He has just faced his 100th delivery. Been around from ball 1 of the morning.
Right on the front foot. Ball pitched nicely up. Wicket quite gripping. Sun is out in all its glory. Sun on the high ground, we look to the left. Flags flying. And Philip, who has a nice athletic approach, starts his work. That's clipped away. Well, maybe not exactly where he wanted it. Maybe looking to hit it square as he got onto the back foot. And it squeezed past the man at the gully position. But
yeah, so this one was short and wide and deserved to have found its way to the boundary. Got the bottom edge, but the intent was there from Peter. Slashed it away. Takes his tally up to 48. Good diving stop. Anderson leading the bowling in terms of wickets, also in terms of overs. This is his 17th. After this last delivery, he would have had 5 more overs than anybody else.
I certainly feel that his efforts are coming to an end. He's bowled with a lot of heart, a lot of enthusiasm. It's the kind of pitch that will encourage a medium fast bowler, especially brought into this game so the selectors could have a look. That's just too wide. Peter's very happy, no pressure on him as he completes his 18th over. 17th over. The board is just that quick in place.
Hi, I'm Roston Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Graves to continue, but certainly, as you mentioned, Reds, a chance to look at Anderson wasn't considered originally for the squad, but he has looked good, he has looked fit, has put the ball in some good areas and has found the results. 3 wickets thus far.
Graves. hit into the covers. So the West Indies selectors, that's basically head coach Darren Sammy and director of cricket Miles Bascom, I will think will make those final decisions on a squad that may be out very soon. A squad has got to be named to go to Barbados and take part in the squad. So that in itself will give you an indication. They just wouldn't pick 13 for the camp. They'll probably pick a bit more. We heard this morning that Roach, not in Barbados, if that is so, not playing county cricket as far as I know. So why is he not in Barbados, in the nets, preparing for an opportunity to play against Australia? That's slashed away, square, just too wide. And the left-hander taking firm opportunities to hit that square. Very important runs, 165 for 6. There's a conference between the two. The Swartz, who seem to be very useful cricketer, done a lot of bowling, and now he's asked to make a further contribution to the South African cause with the bat. He might suggest he played inside of it. The bowler might have an opinion that may differ. 6 for 165. There's a interesting situation regarding the comments of Sabatini, who was not too complimentary after losing to Coco Golf. She said she played badly, but Golf didn't play all that well. And that's why it's being described as a disgraceful comment. You'll probably read more of that on the social media. Out of Guyana, we're told that national football coaches to be soon appointed. Over 180 people have applied. Of course, these things are widely advertised these days, so we'll see what they will do. Looking to, well, almost getting himself in trouble there, almost getting himself in further trouble, because that could have hit the stump and go skirting away. The initial efforts there to stop it caused them a little bit of trouble, but all ends well for the West Indies. 6 for 165. Dover, young Dover, the acting coach, just took Guyana to Nicaragua. They lost 1-0. He has applied. Lots of CONCACAF football being played. St. Lucia just lost 4-0 to Aruba.
Right.
So spin finally into the attack.
Yes, so after 51 overs, Captain Jamel Warrican opting to turn to himself to see if he can contribute with some wickets. And we just wanted to discuss the Swart, Ruan the Swart, 27-year-old left-hander, after this delivery from Warrican.
Just turns it away. Now, interesting field, there is a short mid on. No orthodox mid on, there's a long on. So, mind games being played by Warrican. Solitary slip, looking to sweep outside the leg stump, badly lined. There's a couple of important runs for South Africa. doesn't bowl too many bad balls. But this,
Whereas, as you just said, that loud cheering from the crowd, the raise of the bat just signals the half century for Naba Peter. An innings of grit, determination, and some good stroke play.
yes, very important innings by Peter, because he's kept South Africa in the game. Night watchman that is still there, almost 20-2. Little shot to Peter hit in the front pad, but not a lot of conviction. An appeal here for caught behind and given.
So immediate success for Jamal Warrican. Peter, after getting the half century in this over with the sweep shot, attempts it again, a ball that appeared to have been badly lined. It must have come off the glove. Some extra bounce there from Jamal Warrican. Let's take a look at this one again. Yes, some bounce. This one appears to have stuck in the pitch just a tad. Warrican bowling quite slowly. High arm action, getting some bounce. A bit unlucky there from Naba Peter.
Well, as soon as the catch was taken by Imlach, they all, almost like a chorus, began moving and shouting. And Peter, body language suggests surprise, but it'd be good to see that again, whether he gloved it. But Imlach was very confident. Upward appeal straight away. So again, the pendulum swinging here at the Darasami, 160, 67 for 7. But we need to do a little bit of work on Peter. Caught Imlach for Warrican for 50. He faced 108 balls, hit 7 fours. He had 84 dots. And very good hand coming to an end. And there are times when batsmen stand, as in the case of Pretorius. Sometimes they're standing because of disappointment itself. So that just might put a little question mark to the decision to give him caught Imlach. But the West Indies now feeling that they're right back into this game and on top.
I think that they certainly are. The stats will tell you that. 167 for 7. Warrican making that decision to introduce himself a bit late in the piece for many, but immediate success. It was interesting to see the pace that he began with. We saw the South African ace spinner started off quite quickly in terms of pace, but Warrican bowling very slow and loopy, landing the ball in good areas. I think that the shot was on. This one was angled and headed down leg. Sweep shot was definitely on, but it just appeared to have gotten some extra bounce from the surface.
Well, it could have. The faster bowlers been bowling from that end. The footmarks on the third day wicket is starting to show signs of wear. The delivery could have just maybe pitched in that area and jumped a bit.
It's possible. Not much turn on offer at the Darasami for the spinners early on, but they can definitely rely on some bounce.
Just turned away. So Peter, name high on the board coming at number 3. You might want to take a picture of that. he could be promoted in matches to come for his club side, for his province. For Warwick, success. He's had 1 over and picking up 1 for 2. 1 for 2, and I think that puts the West Indies with their nose in front in this competition.
I would agree with that at this time, Reds. Just 3 wickets to go to close of the innings for South Africa A. Warwick started giving the ball some generous flight, operating with some guile. He's getting some good dip on the ball as well. But Ron the Swart is still in. And just that shot alone, you can just see some positive intent from him. Looks like he may be willing to step up in terms of aggression, but just some information for us concerning his record. He's had 39 matches in his first-class career. He's had 51 innings. And he has 3 centuries and 15 half-centuries.
The left-hander waits for Graves and doesn't look to play a shot through to the keeper. 7 for 167. We're inching slowly towards T, but far away from that.
Yes, sir.
But South Africa getting deeper into their batting lineup. Ellenrich, known more for his bowling and his batting, but they all seem that they can bat. That's driven hard into the covers.
Yes, so the Swart, 51 innings, 3 centuries and 15 50s, an average of 50 after 39 games. So Claudius would have done the mathematics earlier. So that's 18 times, that's 50 out of 51. It's about 1 in 3.
Him not choosing to now stand up to Graves. Pressure on the batsman. Trying to leave his crease. He'll be very selective in doing that. So this game has really kept our interest. Started this morning at 44 for 2. 7 for 167. It's really a battle here between these 2 A teams. Single down to Andrew at backward point. Field changing over. And Gelbridge, tall, rangy. He'll certainly be able to find out of his batting skills. First step, second step, wide gully. He'll be very happy to see if that's the line that Graves will continue. He's disappointed with himself as he takes his hat from umpire Bassarat. Did really get it right there. 168 for 7. We've had 53 overs bowled.
And you can understand his disappointment. Bowling to the number 8. Had 1 delivery at him. Surely he would have wanted to have forced a decision to play. But you had mentioned about Engelbert's batting ability. From our stats man, we can tell that he's had just 2 first-class matches, but this is his first innings. Has not batted as yet in first-class cricket.
So a big day for him to make your debut for the country of your birth. Warrican bowling over the wicket. That's a very simple action. Goes off a very short run. And can bowl very long spells.
Warrican not afraid to give the ball some generous flight and extend the invitation to the batter to attack.
Ball was traveling too quickly down towards mid-off. Now he's gone to take away the second slip. I think he'll go to short cover in Athens. That's a reverse sweep. A shot of the modern game. My first sight of that was Andy Flower in Zimbabwe playing that shot. So the field just trying to cater for the right-hander who is now in strike. Claudius Emmanuel will replace me as the presenting voice. Bowling from very wide of the crease, almost cutting the return crease on that occasion. And not afraid to toss it up. Really tossed up, forcing the batsman to look up. Not bowling darts. Sometimes you want to invest in some turn, you've got to give it some flight and allow the ball to spin. So for the left-hander, could be a tad more attacking, solitary slip. So the over is completed. Spin has picked up 1 wicket since they come in. He has had 2 overs, 1 for 3. More from you, JJ, and then it will be the presenter, Claudius Emmanuel.
So 170 for 7. Jamal Warrican into the attack has contributed a wicket to his team's effort straight away. And Skulk Engelbrett gives us an opportunity to assess quality of his batting. But the Swart, based on his first-class record, is Mr. Dependable for South Africa A. First delivery that he's been asked to play. And outer edge found. As we say, welcome back to Claudius Emmanuel in the com box.
Thank you, Jamal. 170 for 7. So 50 runs. Separating the two teams, 3 wickets left. South Africa, 8 Graves to Engelbrecht, defending away into the backward point region. So this game a lot closer than what we saw in the first unofficial test. And this is good work by the West Indies A to come back, so to speak, and making this one a lot more competitive. South Africa A having to battle. Short delivery over the head of the batter. And no run. Umpire Basiraf indicating one above the shoulder. So Graves plugging away. This is his 12th over. He's midway through it. 2 for 29. And West Indies have gone about things quite well. South Africa A scoring at 3.13. Graves to Engelbrecht. Lets it go outside the off stump. Not too far away from the off stump. But I guess good judgment on the part of the batter.
Yes, said it time and time again. There are only two types of leaves, a good one and a bad one. Engelbrecht doesn't want to get into trouble by hanging that bat outside the line of the off stump, opting to leave. Greaves just holding closer and closer to that off stump.
Marcus Ackerman opted to leave and saw it crashing into his pad to be out LBW. Across the off stump, across his stumps. Engelbrecht plays back to Graves. So the South Africa A captain, Marcus Ackerman, from this same end, let one go from Graves. It came back. And umpire Basiraf judging that he was trapped in front of the stumps. Raised the index finger. That was Ackerman going for 22. Graves looking to plug away on that off stump. Back of a length short. And let go by Ackerman to end the Graves over. His 12th, the 55th of the innings. South Africa A 174-7. They still trail by 50.
Yes, and strangely enough, Engelbrecht looks more comfortable when the ball is pitched short at him. Relatively tall man and has an opportunity to sway out of the way. But when his stumps have been challenged, hasn't looked as good. Be interesting to see what happens when he faces up to Warrican again, who has persisted with a good line and length, attacking the stumps at a very slow speed.
Warrican off the back foot, chopped away by the Swat for a single to Lane at the point boundary. 171 for 7. The Swat going to 7. Gillan Tyson recovering from the blow on the head in the one-day international, doing substitute duties. Inside edge almost. Engelbrecht in some difficulty. 3 men around the bat plus the keeper. Also a very short mid-on. Straightish as well. He's defending away as the left arm orthodox Warrican is round the wicket, as Reds told you, on the very wide of the crease, almost touching it as he comes through. The back foot goes Engelbrecht. They will get a couple as Warrican is short. So 2 more to the right-hander. He goes to 3. And the total 173 for 7. So Jomel Warrican bringing himself on after some 52 overs of seam. Flighted delivery pushed up to the short mid-on in Anderson. No run. Slip forward, short leg and leg slip. Round the wicket. Turning away. Good stop by Campbell at leg slip to end the over from Warrican. His third. 173 for 7. West Indies home series full of energy coming up. Action beginning in a couple days time. West Indies women versus South Africa women. at the 3Ws. West Indies versus Australia, red ball, followed by West Indies versus Pakistan. Barbados, Grenada, Jamaica, St. Kitts, and Florida, the venues for that packed action. West Indies cricket season, their home series, getting ready to come off the ground. Of course, these A matches in preparation for this, and a number of players in this game would no doubt feature, one of whom you'd expect to see in action is number 70, S. Joseph. Shamar is getting another spell. 12 overs, 3 maidens, not for 41, being used in short spells by Warwick. Swing at it outside off stump by Diswat, and there's no run. So those short spells, JJ, for Joseph continuing. He's now coming for his 4th spell.
Yes, and I think it's the right move. So much has been said in recent times on the international circuit concerning the preservation of the quick men and how it is that they are managed in terms of their workload. Good to see that being a factor in Warwick's captaincy.
Shot pulled away out towards mid-wicket. A run for Andrew. He'll pull it back just inside the boundary. No, it has too much on it. Beats him to the boundary for 4. 177 for 4 as the swat goes into double figures. So Joseph too short there and put away as South Africa push further along.
It's not the paciest of deliveries, just starting off the 4th spell. Took this one from outside off stump.
Drive in, this one straight to mid-off. Graves is there. In fact, Joseph replacing Graves. 5 overs, no maidens, not for 9 in the spell from Graves, giving him overall figures of 12 overs. 1 maiden, 2 for 29. Philip, 17, 5, 53. Lane, 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 41. Outside the off stump, angled across the left-hander, but it's too wide to interest the stroke. So South Africa a number of starts, but from their point of view, disappointing that no one has really gone on. Senokwan 23, Herman 18, Naba Peter, the night watchman, 50. Ackerman 22, Pretorius 20, Pomgwana 17. Kweshele didn't get a start, he was dismissed for 1. Inside edge, down to fine leg, been pursued by M. Latch, will pull it back with a bit of football. And Philip will complete the fielding, getting the throw back in. So 2 to Diswat, taking him to 13, 179 for 7.
That was a very impressive run by Tevin Imlach. And also very impressive footwork. Felt that Philip would have been the man to have done the majority of the work, but so quick was Imlach that he didn't have much to do.
Joseph again. Ooh, good delivery on the off stump. Played away to backwards to square leg. They'll come back for the second. Despite Andrew rushing in from mid-wicket, not able to stop the 2. So useful runs being gathered there by Diswat, taking him to 15, 181 for 7. The over coming to an end, the 57th of the innings.
There's good intensity in the running by the SWAT, Claudius earlier on. I did mention his first class record. And the last time we were on, you had done some mathematics for us concerning the stats. And in 51 innings, remember you had discussed Senokwani. In 51 innings, the SWAT has 10 not outs, 15 50s, and 3 centuries.
Warwican to Engelbrecht. Played away into the offside.
And he's certainly looking like a man that could pose some problems, just the way that he's shaping up. A man that could pose some problems for West Indies, eh?
Warwican has long on posted for him. Defending away is the SWAT. And there's no run, so fairly attacking field to the SWAT. Slip, leg slip, forward short, leg short, straightish mid on. Into the leg stump. And pushed away, blocked away in defense by the SWAT. It's got the backward square leg and mid wicket also. Warwican flighted, turned away. Through backward square leg. Easy single, they amble it. As the SWAT picks up his 16th run, his 15th run. Taking the total to 182 for 7. The left-handed the SWAT, in fact it was Engelbrecht getting this was Engelbrecht getting a single to go to 4. The left-handed the SWAT now in strike. He is 15. Just a solitary slip. Driven, good stop by Atenes. Had extra cover, short, and saving some runs there for his team. Could have been a boundary. Reverse sweep down to the right of Lane, who comes across from backward point to complete the fielding, but can't stop 2. As this one goes to 17, 184 for 7.
Yes, so a reverse sweep again being employed. We saw that a lot in the first game from the bat of Ackerman against the other left-arm spinner, Kyrie Pierre. Every time that ball was tossed up on around off stump or middle, the reverse sweep was employed, kept that field at deep backward point very busy. So it's good to see that level of comfort when playing that shot, as Reds described. One of the shots of the modern day.
Joseph continuing, 13 overs, 3 maidens, not for 49. So yet to pick up a wicket. But as usual, big 100% effort from him. Outside off stump, let go by Engelbrecht. So the total remains 184 for 7. South Africa A looking to get to this 220 by the West Indies A, and looking to add a lead as well. So Scott Engelbrecht, a young man, just 21 years old. It's a delivery into the pad, turns it away through mid-wicket. They will take 2 comfortably as Warwican is picking up just inside the mid-wicket boundary. 2 to the youngster. He goes to 686 for 7. Batting for the first time at this level. And interesting, the question is, so how did he qualify to actually make the South African A team, representing such a big country? Good judgment being shown by him outside the off stump. So we would have to conclude, JJ, on the basis of age group cricket at the under 15, under 19 level, and making such an impression that the national selectors have put him at the senior level, albeit the second string level for South Africa.
Yes, some players are definitely worth the investment.
Joseph to him. Bouncer ducking under it quite comfortably. And into the gloves of Emlach.
South Africa over the years, they have shown a willingness to invest in the youth. We can never forget the example of one of the greatest captains, Graham Smith, given the captaincy very early on in his career. I think it was about 22 years old. So Skulk Engelbert getting in at 21 years old, very tall off spinner. He's batting at number 8 here, so
Joseph, to him he lets go outside off stump.
Would have been brought in maybe based on that primary skill to pick wickets. Replaced Subrian, who picked up a 5-wicket haul for South Africa A. Didn't have much bowling to do in the first innings, based on the quality and work ethic of the quick men. But he may just play a part with ball in hand in the second innings as more wear and tear creeps into the wicket.
Joseph to him. Let go again outside off stump to bring the over to an end. The 59th of the innings, South Africa A 186 for 7.
Yes, but now Engelbert has bat in hand, a chance to impress, has shown some good judgment outside off stump thus far, has not been tempted into the big stroke against the flight and guile of Jamal Warrican. Has shown good support for the SWAT, a man who, based on first class average, above 50, would represent the challenge for the West Indies A. Looks like we're about to see a bowling change. That looks like Kevlon Anderson, who has marked his run. The off spin of Kevlon Anderson. It's possible that Warrican may want to just change ends, unsure, or possibly feels that the off spin might be a good weapon against the left-handed SWAT.
So Anderson given his opportunity to bowl, and he will come into the SWAT. Clipped away to backward square leg, tight single, but they will get a second, in fact, as they return to the non-striker's end. It's a little awkward for Anderson, who allows it to go. Picked up by Philip. So 2 being taken by the SWAT, taking him to 19, 188 for 7. Goes back. This one is outside off stump. Lane is there at point. No run. Anderson round the wicket to the left-hander with a solitary slip. Full toss, clipped away to Brathwaite at long on. Bring in the SWAT his 20th run and taking the total to 189 for 7. Scott Engelbrecht comes into bat, comes into strike. He's 6 from 26. And field changing over for him. Engelbrecht captained the South Africa schools team in 2021 and played at the under 19 level. He's driving out into the offside. It will have enough legs to get to the boundary, and a boundary to him, his first, taking him into double figures 10, and good slash drive along the ground to the boundary for 4.
Yes, had enough legs to get there, and that shot was enough to provide an assessment of his batting ability and conclude that he is no mug with the bat.
Goes forward and plays away a dot ball. So he represented South Africa emerging team and would have played for the Titans, debuted for the Titans in 2024. Goes back and plays in defense into the offside. The end of the over. One note, additional note on Scott Engelbrecht. He was named player of the match during the National Club Championships at Tux, taking 3 for 24. So quite impressive performances and forcing his way into the national South Africa A team.
Yes, and this is a big moment for him, a big tour, a chance to impress the world, showcase his talents and abilities. And that indeed was a lovely shot. That slash against the perceived turn from Kevin Anderson. The score 193 for 7. South Africa inching closer.
Warrican with a change of ends, bringing himself on at the other end, the southern end, for his 5th over. He will bowl to Diswat, the left-hander. Clips it away to the long-on fielder. So a single partnership between these two, going up to 27. And you can just hear the applause from the team balcony. The South Africa A team happy with this combination. Engelbrecht, Diswat, taking the singles, taking the occasional boundaries, and pushing themselves closer to the West Indies A score. West Indies A getting 220. So South Africa 826 away. Round the wicket, Warrican now to the right-hander. Engelbrecht coming forward and playing on the onside. So slip and silly point. Backward square leg being brought halfway in. Defense from the batter. And continuing to bat his innings. Goes back and turns it out through forward square. Anderson in chase. They will have enough time to come back for 2. As Engelbrecht pushes along to 12. 196 for 7. Engelbrecht, who's known for his off spin, would have been pushed by the Cricket South Africa high performance bowling coach Paul Adams, who has praised his potential in getting bounce and turn with his off spin. Not off spinning there, he has to negotiate spin, or what little is being imparted by Warrican on this day 2 of this match. Warrican looking to bowl in good areas. Flighted delivery. Doesn't go past the bat. I thought it had spun across him, but blocked away by the batter at the end of the over. A new spell from Warrican. It's the 61st over of the innings. South Africa a 7 for 196.
Yes, the deficit now 24. And you must admire the way that the South African team has gone about it. Each batter prepared to dig in deep and show some application. Have not seemed inclined to give the wickets away. You get that sense that they've put a high price on the wickets from ball one of the game. Have not been going at the rate of over 5 that they did in the first game. Have recognized the difference in the quality of the attack in this game, and have been prepared to do battle and play attritional cricket.
New spell from Joseph. Switch of ends for him. Struck on the pad, but heading down the leg side. Umpire Taylor saying not out. So the 1 over from Anderson was to facilitate the switch of ends by Warwick and Joseph. So Joseph being swung to the northern end after 2 overs from the south. Warwick, who had 4 overs from the north, has gone to the south. Joseph to the swat, clipped away to long leg for a single. Partnership pushing along. 30 between these two for the 8th wicket. 197 for 7. This is a valuable partnership in the context of things. JJ Engelbrecht contributing 12, the swat 18.
It certainly is, and more importantly, they have not really looked like getting out. They've played quite solidly, have respected good deliveries, played with the full face of the bat, and all of that just says that they seem inclined to digging deep for a long time.
And you'd have to say pushing South Africa in some sort of ascendancy over the wicket. Joseph, a play and a miss outside the off stump. Engelbrecht missing the defensive push. Joseph probing away outside the off stump, back and across Engelbrecht, and no luck for Joseph.
And you would expect deliveries like that from Joseph to a young man just starting out his career. And in fact, you would even anticipate that Joseph should be the one to dismiss the youngster. So make no mistake, he is up against it, and this is a good test for him.
Slip cord and strengthened with a second one. Play and a miss again outside off stump. If anything there for Joseph, maybe the ball not really coming back sufficiently, but it is in the corridor to challenge that outside edge, and the luck just not going Joseph's way.
Yes, that is a good assessment. He has bowled well, has hit some good areas, has bowled with some good pace. You just see it on the slow motion replay that he has the batters playing on the move. The pace is up, but there are days like that where it just doesn't go your way.
Joseph to Engelbrecht. Play and a miss for the 3rd time in the over. 3rd successive time. These 3 deliveries, almost copybook, carbon copies of each other, really.
Yes, we had built it up nicely that you expect the quality of a Joseph to, against a young man just starting out his career, to really shine through. I think you maybe want to be at the pegs and just see one of them doing a cartwheel.
Still with a smile on his face, still eager to run in, Joseph.
Oh my God.
Short, very short, and called wide by umpire Taylor. And, well, you can just understand the frustration of Joseph, correction. 3 deliveries almost identical in line and length, all going past the defensive push of the batsman, and then looking to bang in one shot, much too short, and being called wide, way over the batsman's head. Joseph again. Too wide of off stump. Good carry to Emlak, but just not having the radar on song. And if there's one criticism about Joseph, maybe he has tended to not attack the off stump as regularly as he should. He ends the over with 198 for 7.
Yes, and you just see it from the quality of the camera work. Has not attacked the stumps at all in this over. The bat of Skulk Engelbert coming down a bit late. Surely Joseph would back his space, go for the stumps. He could either disturb the furniture or crash into the front pad.
To the left-hander, Joseph has tended to be too straight into the leg stump. He has tended to be worked away, and clipping the first delivery of a new over is the swat as Warwicken continues. Stays at 198 for 7. Warwicken again defending is the swat back to the bowler. So this is over number 63. South Africa trail by 22. Off the back foot, punched away. Anderson is there at extra cover. No run. So a slip in Atenes. Short, wideish mid-on the edge of the square. Flighted, slapped away, but again Anderson is there. So this one, 22 from 35 on the bright sunshine at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. Forward, clipping it away. Short mid-on is there. No run. String of 5 dot balls in the over. Warwicken looking to bowl a maiden. Will not do so as Engelbrecht gets a run to take him to, in fact it's Diswat getting the run, taking him to 23, 199 for 7 at the end of the over.
It's a decent over from Warwicken, albeit didn't get that maiden. The score 199, deficit 21, partnership 32. Shamar Joseph working up some pace. Left-handed the swat on strike. He's on 23. Has acquitted himself quite well with the bat.
Shamar Joseph into his 16th over. 15 overs, 3 maidens, not for 53. An opportunity for us to assess his control, because I think what we have seen is to the left-handers has not been sufficiently on the off stump, in my view. At the stumps and clipped away to mid-on. So we see him at the start of this over with the angle of Joseph coming round the wicket, angling into the left-handers and being clipped mostly through the onside. I can't remember him having been played by the left-hander into the offside. So a case of him, in my view, needing to be a lot closer to the off stump, even outside, in terms of how he lands those deliveries. Up just about there, being played up into the offside. And Andrew is quickly in. I think with that last delivery, JJ, we need to see more of those types of deliveries from Joseph, who's got the ability to get the ball to move to his right, which is away from the left-hander, and bring the cordon into play.
I think that I would agree with your assessment. And the plan of attacking the stumps to the swat, I think he should have that plan for Engelbert.
The right-hander.
Definitely.
And the issue for me, for the right-hander, is that he needs to be hitting the stumps more, and which means pitching outside off. Driving is the swat to mid-off. Philip is there, and there's no run. So just a few little things to tinker with. As we have said, the energy, the application, That's a man that gives 100%. So no question about him in that area. But just the control needing to be a little bit more precise.
Yes, and I think that many of the viewers listening to the Cricket 360 broadcast would agree with you. As Joseph pulls out of the run. Also, when bowling to the left-handed swat, he has two fielders posted deep on the leg side, the long leg and the deep mid-wicket. So just take a look at our spectators. So some persons did heed Reds' call to come out to watch the cricket.
Joseph outside the off stump, punched away nicely, pushed really by the swat into the covers. Andrew is there, no run. So support around the wide expanse of the stands at Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. We have seen a few patrons coming. There is support for South Africa A for sure. Notice one or two visitors coming in to take the action. Joseph straight, clipped away past Warrican, who's got a chase towards the long on boundary. He's going to pull it back, and the batters will take two and bringing up the 200 for South Africa A. So 201 for 7. The landmark coming in 391 minutes. Correction, 391 deliveries, 296 minutes, and they have hit 28 fours.
Yes, and the deficit now below 20. It's at 19. The 200 is up. South Africa A doing the business nicely.
Joseph to the swat, onto the stumps again, clipped away for a single. Mid-wicket, Brathwaite coming off the boundary, and one more to the swat, going along nicely to 26 years. Partnership with Engelbrecht now 35. 202 for 7, and West Indies A 220, South Africa A 202. They have had 64 overs and going along nicely. South Africa A moving along at sort of identical pace with West Indies A. This 220 took 68 overs and 1 ball. South Africa A already batted 64, so just above 3. Clipped away, new over by Warwick, and first delivery into the pad. One more to the Schwat. He goes to 27, 203 for 7. So this is a much slower tempo, this particular game. There was much faster scoring in the previous innings, the previous game. South Africa got to 600 for 7, and that came off of 105 overs and 4 balls, so scoring close to 6 in the first game. Warwican, Engelbrecht pushing forward for a dot ball as we get towards tea on day 2. We're about 9 minutes away. Warwican, Engelbrecht drive in, we'll get a single to Lane at mid-off, taking him to 13. South Africa A now trailed by 17, 16. The SWAT on 27. coming to strike. He goes over the wicket, Warwick. Flighted, and back goes the swat. They will come back for 2 as Brathwaite comes from the backward point. Bit of bounce there. They wasn't in control. Maybe a gully fielder might have been interested to that. Well away from the solitary slip. 206 for 7. This one gets one closer to line of the off stump, clipping it away quietly to the fielder at short mid on. The over is completed. 65 gone in the innings. 206 for 7. The lead, South Africa, they trail by 14.
Yes, tea time quickly approaching. 14 the deficit. Shamar Joseph, we've been mentioning this from the time that he was introduced into the attack. A lot of speculation concerning him. A lot of persons want for him to have overs in his legs and preparation. Well, he certainly has that. 16 overs. It's gone for 56. Has looked good. Has looked pacey. Would have won the rewards.
Joseph.
Oh.
Engelbrecht going back. Play and a miss. So Joseph is back in that area outside off stump, but that is landing a few inches, maybe about 6 inches outside the line of the off stump. I would love to see that same delivery land on a line of the off stump. I think that's what Joseph, that's the change he needs to employ against the right-hander. In the last 6 or 7 deliveries, he has gone past Engelbrecht on 4 occasions outside the off stump. Joseph, short and ducking is Engelbrecht. Good sharp short delivery. So the pace is there, and Engelbrecht is concentrating well, playing the right stroke to the delivery. We saw some dark clouds, but these are at the southern end of the ground, and that's blowing away from the playing area, so that will not worry us too much. It's blowing away towards the capital, Castries. Back goes Engelbrecht and plays to Warwick. And there's no run, so good work for the legs of Shamar Joseph. So one objective is being met with his participation in this game, getting work into those legs, quite athletic legs, moving him nicely in the run-up, getting to the crease. Outside off stump again, and Engelbrecht this time doesn't play. 206 for 7. 4 dot balls for Shamar Joseph. So the work, running up and bowl, getting activity in the body is good. Just that fourth column not bringing the results that the management and himself would be looking for. Not yet.
Well, I think that if he is to get that, surely he could bite the outside edge at any moment. But we've seen this movie before, Shamar Joseph going past the bat. We need to see him attacking the stump. Again.
Short.
You've seen this movie before, Claudius.
Ducking is Engelbrecht, and so it bears repeating. Maybe the criticism that we can present is that Joseph to the right-hander needs to be closer to the stumps.
Yes, although some persons may see it as he's just trying to soften him up for a few balls passing near the face. Pace with intimidation is one of the dark arts of fast bowling.
Joseph. Outside edge, Joseph is appealing, but no support from umpire Taylor as he walks away at the end of a good over in terms of the fact that there were no runs scored from it. So a maiden, his fourth in the 17 over spell, over number 66, coming to an end. 206 for 7. So we see those deliveries, or is that the full over from Shamar Joseph? Probing on the off stump. And this one, last one of foolish length. But again outside the off stump and not hitting the edge. I think I would have been looking to see what is fortune going to be for me if I bowl at the stumps. I'm not getting the edge. I will look to go for the stumps. Going for the stumps is Warrican, who starts a new over, clipped away by the swat. There's no run. It remains 206 for 7.
That would be the major criticism of Shamar Joseph's bowling.
Possibly the last over to tee. Driven by the swat into the covers, and this is there, no run. So we resumed after lunch. 124 for 5, did we, Coxie? Clipping away is the swat for a single through backward square leg. So 207 now for 7. The swat going to 30 with the single, partnership 40 between these two. Midway through the over, Morrigan making some changes as the right-handed Engelbrecht comes in to strike. Looks like this is going to be the last over before tea. Day 2, slip and seal him it off. Engelbrecht blocks away.
All fielders have been called in, Claudius. No one out patrolling the boundary.
Indeed. South Africa A 13 away. Engelbrecht blocks it again. It's into the leg stump. And very happy to bat on and on. He's faced 48 deliveries. Warrican again. Forward and blocked away. Atene is picking it up on the bounce at Silimedov. The end of the over, the end of the session. Session 2 completed on day 2. As we go to tea, South Africa 207 for 7 with Engelbrecht 13 from 49. The swat is 30 from 49 as well. And a partnership of 40 between these two. South Africa A, they've scored overall at 3.09. Quick thoughts from you, Jamal, before we wrap up for the tea break.
In the application of South Africa A has been impressive. Partnership has moved on to 40. Batted with that grit and determination that is needed at this level. Have denied West Indies A the wicket just when they were on top of things. So both teams showing some good fight, and we appreciate that has added more value to the contest. So much to look forward to after the tea break.
Indeed. So 207-for-7, South Africa A, they're still 13 runs away from West Indies' effort. And so we take a break here from the Darren Salmon Cricket Ground and ask you to join us back in about 15 minutes time.
Shay, West Indies women taking the first straight this summer at home against South Africa. You know once that first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs, and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire, and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
Welcome back to the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground for the post-tea session on day 2. South Africa A versus West Indies A. The players went to tea with South Africa A 20747. So they are 13 runs away from West Indies A, total of 220. The SWAT 30, Engelbrecht 13. And well, Warwick ringing in the changes, bringing on a 7th bowler in Craig Brathwaite. So Reds is with me. We'll get a description for Craig Brathwaite's bowling. Optimistic off spin.
Yeah, he tends to buy wickets. You know, people underrate and get themselves in trouble.
Brathwaite with his first delivery. Slow and hit off the back foot. I'll not use the description that Roland Cox has used as first runs off of Brathwaite. South Africa A going to 208 for 7.
Doesn't often bowl a faster ball. Everything is, it makes the batsman look up.
Yes, holds it back very slow. Well, we often have pace on, pace off. For Brathwaite, it's mostly pace off, Reds.
Yes, the new description: pace off, pace on.
Back goes Engelbrecht, punches off towards the deep point fielder as Graves, and the right-hander going to 14, 209 for 7.
Weather getting a little cooler, but the danger area doesn't look bad.
The danger area is to our left in the east. The SWAT goes right back onto his stumps, going deep into the crease and pushing the delivery from Brathwaite to long on for a single. Brathwaite operating round the wicket and been played away. The single taking South Africa 8 to 210 for 7. Flighted delivery. Engelbrecht chooses to go back and plays away into the offside. So we have lost the sunshine. We'll look at Brathwaite's numbers in terms of his bowling work. Played away into the offside by Engelbrecht. Well, he has a 6 for
Exactly.
in Test cricket at that. So let's remember that. Forward goes Engelbrecht and plays away into the offside. So Brathwaite has 51 wickets in Test cricket and 29, correction, 51 in first class cricket and 29 in Test cricket.
Well, a lot of men only have one.
So Brathwaite has done well with the ball. Of course, his main suit, of course, is with the bat, but he has contributed with the ball.
He would have bowled a lot for Barbados, first class.
141 innings. Let's look at, okay, so his bowling, he has 51 in first class cricket, a best of 6 for 27, averaging 45, and 6 for 29, of course, in tests. So his best taken in a test match. In tests, he has taken 29 wickets overall. Graves starting a new over. Balls on the off stump. This one pushing up to mid-off, and there's no run. So Justin Graves being brought on for his 13th over. 12 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 29.
He is mainly bowled wicket to wicket. I think that's why they've gone for him. He's gonna make runs a little hard to get. The first innings lead here could be just a couple.
Close thing so far. Reds, you're right. In terms of economy, Justin Graves, the best among the 7 that we have seen used by Warwican, as he bowls on the off stump. Emlak with support standing up to him. So economy of 2.38. In fact, he shares that now with Warwican. 8 overs Warwican, 1 for 19. This is Graves' 13th over, 2 for 29. So they are the most economical. All of the West Indies A bowlers quite economical. Just above 3, some just under 3. And not surprising, the overall rate of scoring of the innings, 3.08. Graves with some attention to his boots. Just tying the laces. And ready to come in again. This one looking to turn it. And going away to the offside, no run.
Yes. It's really turning out to be a bit of a nail biter for first innings. It's all psychological, but it's good to have first innings lead. There's no points, of course. Miscue that is rushed onto him.
Yes, in our discussion Was it from yesterday? Talking about tall off spinners. We had
Yes,
missed one,
this
right?
gentleman all the way from England. Why don't you read it? I think he's from Warwickshire.
Yes, and he's reminding us of Omari Banks,
Yes.
tall off spinner, whom we would have not mentioned as we were talking about tall off spinners.
Yes, and I
The
think
son of Banky Banks.
we need to mention his name because he's listening.
Oh, he's listening. Raj, watching from Warwickshire in England.
Yep.
Clipped away by Engelbrecht. So we say good day to him. He's watching from Nuenton. I think I've got that right. From Warwickshire in England.
Bit of an evening now.
Yes. Yes. What, getting to, what, 7? No,
Yeah.
8? About 8-ish, after 8. 4 hours, sometimes it's 5 hours.
Yep.
2:11:47 at the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground in St. Lucia. Bright conditions. Engelbrecht not playing at the end of the over.
I got an email from Sonny Eden, who went to New Zealand in '56. Didn't play for the West Indies. He played on the Walcott in Guyana. And his son reminds me of Albert Padmore. And of course, I like to add Reggie Scarlett, for example. Albert Padmore, I think, played in Australia. So, one Barbadian being replaced by a Barbadian who was born of Ascension, now Barbadian in his own right. So Warwican is back.
Balls to the swat, clipped away. There's no run. It's useful, Reds, first to keep our South African listeners interested and in the loop, talking about spinners. Clipped away, but being sent back there, the swat. Danger. So, South African off spinners.
Hugh Tayfield.
Hugh Tayfield.
Yep.
Considered the greatest of South African spinners. He was prolific in the 1950s. Of course, Pat Simcox.
Yeah.
Reverse sweep to the backward point fielder. Just the one. Graves is there. You were saying about Hugh Tayfield?
Played before democracy came to South Africa.
Indeed. Then we had Pat Simcox, prominent off spinner in the 1990s.
Yeah.
Known for his flight and variations.
And good lord, a batsman, if I remember.
Indeed, very aggressive.
Yes.
Yeah, one who was a real competitor and always backed himself, often in tussles with the West Indies fast bowlers. Forward goes Engelbrecht, plays into the offside. Slip, leg slip, and the forward short leg. Warwican looking to break this partnership for the 8th wicket. It's now over 45. Engelbrecht back in defense. So Pat Simcox. We also had Paul Harris, tall off spinner who played in the late 2000s and early 2010s for South Africa. That's forward, appeal going up, but umpire Taylor does not approve the appeal, does not uphold it. End of the over, 69, 70th over, correction. Completed 212 for 7, South Africa 8.
I got another name emailed to me, Jack Donriga, but I don't believe you could put him in the tall bracket. I think he was of average height, I would say about 5'9", 5'10" if I push a little bit.
Okay. More South African off spinners, not necessarily tall. Johan Botha whose action would have come under scrutiny,
Yeah.
but he was a regular for South Africa in the limited overs as an off spinner and a captain. Graves starting a new over. To the short, turned away, down to long leg, which is vacant, and will go into the boundary for 4. So, not a good line there from Graves, with no fielder in that area. So, easy pickings for the swat. He was moved on nicely. He's gone to 38 to 16 for 7. South Africa 4 runs away from West Indies A effort. Just the 2 men on the onside. Graves needing to be on the stumps and outside off. He's outside off, 2 wide. And Mlatch standing up doesn't take. So Johan Botha. Then we have Dane Piet, off spinner who represented South Africa in Test cricket.
He played recently, I think.
Yes, and in fact would have played, I think, when we reviewed the
in the A tour.
In the A tour back in November 2023. He was in that South Africa A side. Forward goes Deswat, playing into the offside. No run. Then we've got Simon Harmer, who had a success in county cricket in England, also representing South Africa.
Played for a short while.
And of course, Aidan Macram, primarily a top order batsman, but also bowls off spin. And of course, a key member of the South Africa WTC side for the final, starting on Wednesday. Back goes Deswat and plays Graves away towards mid-off, and there's no run.
You're going to end up with square eyes.
Square eyes?
Well, from television. You have promoted that series so much. You have to watch every ball.
I'll take in some of the action as I wake up Reds, starting, of course, early local time. And as soon as you wake up, that action will be on. Outside off stump, taken nicely by Mlatch. There's no run.
I'm married to my wife Sandra, and sometimes she will wake up and turn the television on. As I mentioned to you, today is our anniversary.
Congratulations, Mr. Pereira. And you have been 20 odd years in that lifelong commitment. 24. Driven down the ground nicely, beats Graves and will not be able to be pulled back by Savory. A drive that takes the SWAT into the 40s and takes South Africa beyond the West Indies A effort, and brings up the 50 partnership as well between these two for the 8th wicket. It has come from 117 deliveries, 71 minutes, 4 fours, and that has been a very important period of play, Reds, now culminating in a 50 partnership. These two, they have wrested the ascendancy of the game from West Indies A, because when they came together, it was advantage West Indies A.
Yeah, and it could have been a decent lead, 30 or 40 could be very useful. The board is 1 behind.
Instead, the scores are level now. South Africa is still 3 wickets in hand. Warwick Engelbrecht turning it away from the short leg.
You just had Tony Cozier late going through my mind. He used to say, and the scores are level.
Indeed they are. Back goes Engelbrecht. They're no longer level. South Africa in front now.
Yeah.
And they're in front by 2 as this one comes back. So in fact it's Engelbrecht that has gotten 2. He goes to 16, 222 for 7.
Nice bit of footwork too.
Indeed, South Africa A lead now by 2. And in a horse race, getting their nose in front. Forward goes Engelbrecht, pushes up to Brathwaite. So this partnership has turned things around. It's now worth 55. Change by Warwican, asking Atenes to come from forward short leg to seal him it off.
Well protected with the shin pads.
Still under the helmet as well. No doubt the protector is there as well in the groin area. Forward goes Engelbrecht. So Atenes within touching distance of the batter. Has that one going past him to his left, not a catch, just played into the ground. One delivery left in the Warwican over. Back goes Engelbrecht, the single is not on. Playing away nicely, pushing the partnership along. Continues to remain intact. 55 for the 8th wicket. This what is 42-16 to Engelbrecht. 222 for 7.
And he's showing good batting skills, the right-hander. Nice use of the hands, footwork.
West Indies home series full of energy. Starts on Wednesday. The women versus South Africa women. West Indies versus Australia men. West Indies versus Pakistan men. Florida and Trinidad, the last series. So women with the white ball at the 3Ws Oval, so they'll get an opportunity for some international action at this ground at the Cavill campus, University of the West Indies. Pushed away. First delivery of a new over from Graves and picked up by Warwican. So nice to see 3Ws Oval Reds being given an opportunity for international cricket.
It's a nice ground.
Yeah, I played back there many years ago during my stint at the university.
It's come on leaps and bounds since then.
Yes, lots of development. Of course, a far cry from what it used to be back in the 90s when I was there. Outside the off stump, too wide. And played away. Not sure if you know that, but when I was there, Reds, one of the players that was very active was Sir Hilary Beckles.
Yeah.
As a cricketer, he was very active at the time and would play for, I think, the Faculty of Arts back then. Useful all-rounder. Say good afternoon to him if he's tuned in to the action. Driven away and being picked up at extra cover by Brathwaite. So 2 more to the left-hander. This one inching closer to that half century. 44, 224 for 7.
If my memory serves me right, Sir Hilary Beckles actually made an effort maybe to get on to the Warwickshire staff, or did go there to practice. I'm not too sure exactly what was the relationship, because you had Dr. Rudy Webster there, who initially did medicine in Scotland, and you had the whole Derek Murray, Rowan Kanai, Lance Gibbs, Alvin Kalicharan. So I think at some time he took his cricket playing very seriously. Probably not as vocal over the last couple of years as he once was.
Graves was a straightish delivery, clipped away by Diswart for his 45th run, taking the total to 225. So Sir Hilary Beckles, currently the Vice Chancellor of the University of the West Indies, a position he has held since May 2015. Of course, very active also as the chairman of the CARICOM Reparations Commission.
Yes.
And a prolific contributor in terms of his contribution to the intellectual development, sporting, social development of the Caribbean and the world generally. Clipped away by the right-hander for single at the end of the over, 226 for 7. The SWAT 45, Engelbrecht 17. The lead 6 in favor of South Africa A.
And nice to know that, you know, this new medium takes you all the way to Warwickshire, you know, and he's just one of many in the international world who could be listening to us. We could.
Absolutely. The flags fluttering away under the nice breezy conditions. It's gotten a lot clearer. A lot of blue sky away to our right in the east. Nice breeze blowing. Blowing in is another delivery from Warwican, played away by Engelbrecht. Stays 226 for 7. Into the leg stump, clipped away. Andrew is there at short mid-wicket. There's no run. So yes, Reds, the streaming service, very welcomed addition to coverage of cricket. Do we see it at the international, regional level, also happening locally as well? Warwican, 4th delivery of the over, bringing Engelbrecht forward and defending away. And with the availability of streaming now, you are able to follow a lot more cricket than you did years ago, Reds.
And a lot more coverage too.
Looking to sweep, Engelbrecht does so, finds the gap on the onside and will go all the way to the boundary for 4.
Well, I think he lost it down at backward square. He didn't know whether to go to the right or left. He just lost it. Well, he had no chance because it goes to mid-wicket.
Indeed. So there are no fielders on the boundary except one at the deep backward square leg position. So acres of space there for Engelbrecht to exploit. He's gone to 21 with the boundary. 230 for 7. So the streaming capability now allowing us to monitor what's happening. Engelbrecht defends the last delivery of the over from Warwick and plays it away for a dot ball. 234-7, South Africa A lead by 10.
And this kind of partnership could just keep going because they are not looking to play too many shots. They're not giving the bowlers too much of an opportunity. They're not getting themselves in trouble. They're playing good, basic, sensible cricket. The young man who sent me the name of Albert Padmore, who I should have remembered because I toured with Paddy, Brian Eden. His father was Wilfred Eden, an all-rounder. He would have played in Barbados.
Partnership of 63 for the 8th wicket between these two. Graves balls to the swat, driving down the ground nicely, bringing the mid-outfielder to his left, Joseph. So 234-7. Last wicket fell a long time ago, and after lunch, maybe Coxie, not sure if he can tell us when did the 7th wicket fall. These two have batted a long time. It was Peter was caught keeper Emlak bowl Warwican. That happened at the score of 167 4-7. So 63. Discussion between the two umpires. We've got a break in play.
Ball change.
Maybe with the condition of the ball. 74.1 overs. There's a potential ball change after 80 overs. But a case of this one maybe deteriorating a little bit too much for the umpire's liking, so they have called the third umpire to look at a possible replacement.
Well, it hasn't been a ball beating day. So
not at all, Reds. Every over, on average, just the 3 runs. So, and it's not a case where it has gone bouncing over walls, concrete, pitch, and stones beyond the boundary.
They made a good case for a ball change.
Just checking, making the test, putting that through the ring, making sure that it's round enough. So we're not sure whether there is a change, right? So we saw the umpire come out with the box of replacement balls. So we will assume that there has been a change, but I'm not sure.
Yes, on some occasion the ball is actually shown maybe to the striker, but it's not maybe something that must happen.
Yes, and of course we have seen instances, Reds, where the ball is changed and the striker says, it doesn't matter, let's just bowl the ball.
Yeah, bowl the ball. I don't feel it matters to any great batsman.
Yeah, I think there was a change because I think Graves was called in to take a look.
Yeah.
And so replacement ball being brought out, 74.1 with the original one. Graves played down to Anderson at the fine gully. No run, 234.7. So South Africa A lead by 10 and would want to take time, Reds, and just continue to build on the lead.
Yes, I don't know if you ever read the history of covering cricket before there was radio.
No, but I'm sure you'll be well placed to fill us in on that. Outside the off stump, Emlach taking
not 120, I'm 86.
86 good years. 50 or so in commentary?
About that, yes. I mean, this is just an opportunity to make a contribution to the coverage because Vinu Manchan asked me if I will join. So I finished in 2019 with you. Against South Africa here.
Graves goes to the swat on the line of the off stump, pushed away back to Graves, no run. But you are telling us about commentary, cricket before radio commentary?
Yes, they used to use a Morse code, right? That did. I have the book. I'll bring it tomorrow.
Okay.
Book is by the late Christopher Martin Jenkins.
Wow.
You'll be fascinated.
It sounds fascinating. Graves, short, tucked away, out towards backward square leg, mid-wicket fielder. Philip is onto it, and they take 2.
Used to use a pencil.
The swat going to 47, 232 for 7. They used to use a pencil?
Yes, I read it so long ago, I cannot remember, but, you have to give those people a lot of credit for imagination.
So what was the output like? So it was an audio presentation?
I think it wasn't listened by the public.
Driven into the offside, finds the gap, out towards extra cover boundary, and will get there for 4. And bringing up the 54, the Schwartz is gone to 51. 51 good runs that have come from 75 balls, 110 minutes, 5 fours, and a good knock from the left-hander striking at 68.
Yes, very useful cricketer. If you look at his contribution in this game, you know, he's got runs, he's got wickets, nice flowing drive. They're leading by 16 already.
16 good runs. That delivery was fairly wide of off stump, but was able to hit it in the middle of the bat, finding the gap and getting the power to get it to the boundary. 236 for 7. The partnership beginning to be more than worrying for West Indies. It's now worth 69.
You know, you might be too young to know of Wibbs.
I've heard about it.
Yeah, they used to operate out of Grenada, a shortwave service.
Cut away through the fielder. Joseph, uncharacteristic of him, has to recover, picking up the ball just inside the boundary as Engelbrecht has taken advantage to take 2, taking him to 23, 238 for 7.
Wibbs was operating out of Grenada, and
Wibbs, West Indies Broadcasting Service?
well,
Windward Islands
Yeah.
Broadcasting Service.
I'll continue in a while.
Forward goes Engelbrecht, played square into the offside, no run.
And in 1963, I listened to Barbados, British Guyana on Wibbs.
Warwican, full toss, swatted through mid-wicket for 4. Almost a gift from Jomel Warwican. Engelbrecht pushing on, 27, 242 for 7. And this partnership getting away from West Indies A. It's now worth 75. And, well, Warwican, the captain, needs, you think, to find a way to break this partnership. But it's going on and on. South Africa A doing extremely well. Engelbrecht pushing forward.
And it's not two tail enders holding you up. It's people who classify as all-rounders.
In fact, a 21-year-old Scott Engelbrecht back inside edge, and that has dropped short of the leg slip. John Campbell stopping it, but there was Engelbrecht going back inside edge past the leg stump and dropping short of the leg slip.
But
lucky escape there
to
for
me, he wasn't down long enough.
Engelbrecht back into the leg stump, played away safely, and bringing the over to an end. 51 the swat, Engelbrecht 27, partnership with 75. South Africa A 242 for 7, lead by 22.
Yes, and it's becoming sort of worrying to Warwican and company, because he's run the changes. He's brought Anderson on, he's brought Braffett on. We haven't seen Atenas yet, maybe because he's got the protective gear on the shins. But what looked to be maybe a total was facing South Africa to be bowled out under 200. Looking very, very good at 242 for 7. But the bowlers to come are Ricky and Sela.
And looking to get to 300. The 7th wicket fell at 167. Warwican has used 7 bowlers, now making a change, bringing on Lane. Johan, 12 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 41. He's coming back and he's bowling to the swat. Stands up straight and pushes to mid-on, no run. So the 21-year-old Engelbrecht, in partnership with the SWAT, they have put on That very useful partnership. Rowan de Swart is 27 years old. Turns it away nicely. Fine. Can Philip come across to his left? Yes, he can. They think of the second. But they stay on one. So de Swart picking up his 52nd run, taking the total to 243 for 7. A man with some experience at this level. 39 games before this. 300s, 15 50s, average of 50.58. So useful numbers there, and we have certainly seen the evidence of it in this innings. 52 from 77, lead now 23. Lane will bowl to the youngster Engelbrecht on 27. Comes across the off stump, pushes quite solidly to the wider of the two gullies. Philip, no run, so he's 27. Engelbrecht, he has faced 79 deliveries. Midway into the lane over. 77 overall. Question is, will Warwick take the new ball? Ball into the stumps and played back to the bowler in defense. Had you been Warwick, sir, would you take the new ball after 80 overs?
Well, he's really worked his quicker bowlers a great deal. He's operating with one of them right now. Apart from himself, he couldn't really find a spinning combination.
Back Engelbrecht to another good one from Lane. Dot ball. Let's look at the expenditure of effort by the bowlers. Shamar Joseph, 17 overs, 4 maidens, not for 56. Philip, also 17, 5 overs, 3 for 50. Lane in his 13th, 1 delivery left, he's 1 for 42. Forward goes Engelbrecht, the over coming to an end. Justin Graves, 16 overs, or 1 maiden, 2 for 48. At the end of the over, is it? The end of the 77th. South Africa A 243 for 7. They lead by 23. Reds will get more from you. And then JJ will come in. And then maybe we can just recap the highlights of the scorecard when he comes in.
Lead of 23. Don't think the West Indies will want to have to wipe off any more than 40, 50 at the most. Then that becomes a bit of pressure on the openers. So South Africa is just taking the initiative. Warwick comes in. That's turned away. They think about a single. Welcome back, JJ.
Thank you so much, Reds. And again, good afternoon to our viewers. West Indies up against it.
Solitary slip, Warwick, down the wrong line and playing with the turn out towards square leg. Lead going to 24. The afternoon look fair and fine. Tomorrow, of course, a working day, but there are 2 holidays in the week here in St. Lucia. Today a holiday and Thursday also a holiday. Driven confidently down towards mid-off. There's no real devil in the bowling all of a sudden. There was a lot earlier this morning. Playing straight, Engelbrecht. Kind of a German Dutch name, but that's typical of a South African name also. Cutting and cutting well is the boundary here. Just short enough, turning away, quickly in the position. You're a batsman, nice bit of footwork.
Exceptional rock back very quickly. Seized the opportunity to free his arms. This partnership a real worry for West Indies. It's gone up to 81. Engelbert, remember, he's batting for the first time in first class cricket. Young man, just 21 years old.
Doesn't appear so. Came forward, back, pushed it along to the offside. So we've been saying from ball one, when we first did the first ODI, that this South African squad has got a lot of talent. You can think about 8 or 9 people. You have to add Peter today, like spinner who can bat.
Now, but Peter has already played in terms of white ball cricket for South Africa at the senior level. So has been scouted early. His talent has been recognized and appreciated by South African selectors. Yeah, very strong squad.
Yes, all yet to make the full side. That's hammered off the back foot, as Graves is a little short of a length. Correction, not Graves. Lane replacing Graves from that end. The sun out in all its glory.
Right, speaking about the sun being out, are you aware that the West Indies, the women's squad, is also out for the Full of Energy series against South Africa in the Caribbean? Just like to give the viewers and listeners some information about that in between bowling of Johan Lane.
Comes around the wicket now. And beats him edge, found and catch.
Is it?
Claimed by the keeper. Well, Lane is in all sorts of physical contortions.
Oh.
Well, we talk about the luck running against it, the luck running forward. Very confident appeal, but turned down by umpire Bassarat. The other thing you can also bring our viewers is the academy game. That's a lifter. Pushed out to the offside. Well, first the information on the women.
Yes, sir. So, West Indies women's squad, as we say, from June 11th to the 23rd. Captain Hilly Matthews, Shermaine Campbell, the vice captain, Aliyah Aline, Jazara Claxton, Afi Fletcher, Shakiba Gajnabi, Janelia Glasgow, Reliana Grimman, Chanel Henry makes a comeback, Zeta James, Kiana Joseph, Mandy Mangru, Ashmini Munizar, Karishma Ramarak, and Stephanie Taylor.
So 3 St. Lucians in that squad.
Just 2 in Zeta. We did have Nerissa Crafton in recent times.
Well, you just called Crafton name, didn't you?
No. Claxton, Jazara Claxton.
Oh, beg your pardon. She's from St. Kitts. Looks a good prospect.
Yes.
Hammered off the back foot, as Lane is just too short. The lead inching up, 34. I just said the West Indies wouldn't want to be clearing off too many. Any further information on that? When is the first game?
Full of Energy series for the women starts the 11th of June. It's this Wednesday. aggression from lane.
They get it short, making Imlach work harder down the leg side. And what about the Academy game?
1 second, as we just remind the viewers that from June 11th to the 23rd, the women will have their turn against South Africa. The first ODI begins on Wednesday, the second on Saturday the 14th, the third on Tuesday the 17th, and there are also 3 T20Is starting Friday the 20th, Sunday the 22nd, and Monday the 23rd. So look out for that big series. All matches to be played at the 3Ws Oval.
Warren to continue getting well forward. He's fairly tall. Probably stretches up to about 6 feet. Again, showing good technique to the spinner. We'll try and bring you the up-to-date situation between the West Indies Academy and Sri Lanka. That's an attempt to sweep that. Didn't quite make contact, hit the pad. Or doesn't give you much of a chance to bring in your Cummins personality. 254 for 7. Stretching well forward. Looking very carefully. He bowls a good arm ball, Warrican. Not getting a great deal of spin. And that's much more tossed. A beautiful delivery. You can see it there, JJ, being floated.
Lots of flight and guile, and this one got the dip, but carries on with the arm. As you said, not much turn available to really trouble the batters.
Faster delivery. Over is completed. The lead is 34. The score is 254. And the batsmen respectively 59 and 31.
Yes.
What's happening in Antigua?
The Academy requires 132 more runs to win with 6 wickets in hand. Unfortunately, St. Lucia's Akim Ogist, who opened the batting, fell for 82.
Wow.
82 from 95 balls with 7 fours and 5 sixes. Strike rate of 86.
What's the rest of the scoring?
So Justin Jagasa, he got 7 from 30. Mbeki Joseph, 25. And Captain Teddy Bishop got out for 7. Carlon Bowen Tuckett is not out on 13 with Rivaldo Clark not out on 23.
Although St. Lucian is playing on that left-arm spinner, Edwards?
And no, Larry Edwards is not.
Not Larry Edwards.
80 overs have been bowled. Umpire just signaling that Captain Warrican has opted to take it. Is that Shamar Joseph? Yes. Shamar Joseph preparing for a burst with the new ball. Lots of different things tend to happen. The new ball can either go for runs or clean up the tail. It tends to come onto the bat much better.
I didn't see the West Indies Academy side. Is Tarek Edwards playing?
No.
So there's 2 slips in the gully. Joseph looking for his first wicket. That's outside leg stumper and turned away. So the field changing over. Lead inching up. The lead inching up to 35.
And that one did have some movement on it, shaped back into the left-hander. We had criticized Joseph earlier on for not attacking the stumps of Skulk Engelbert. He has the new ball in hand now. Be hoping that he can use it effectively and get the batters to play.
JJ, did you say criticize? I commented.
Fair enough, fair enough. Fair enough.
If the bowler bowls down the wrong line, you simply gotta call it.
That's right. Warwick has called in a third slip.
Yep. Giving him as much support as possible. He would like to end it in very soon. And that's wide outside the line of the off stump.
Engelbert being given another opportunity to leave. So yes, Reds, the academy, they need 132 more runs to win with 6 wickets in hand. Playing against Sri Lanka's emerging players.
Good opportunity for the young players. They previously played together in the 4-day, so nice that they have kept together.
Ooh.
Oh, beauty. Hasn't had all the luck. He's bowled some superb deliveries, but just needed in his early spell to pick up that early wicket. Bowled with pace, but he could not be happy with his figures of 17.3 overs none for 57. He's among those who may be considered for the first test. And
beaten again.
Curved away slightly.
Red, you mentioned that he's been a bit unlucky, but could that be due to his unwillingness or inability to get that ball on the stumps?
Well, I think the point you're making is that he has been inconsistent, but the ones I refer to is the one that really nearly hit the off stump. That's a beauty.
Certainly is. Shapes away again, angled in, shaped away, but in the end still hasn't finished on the line of the stump. So lots of oohs and ahs and encouragement, but the fact remains that he has not attacked the stumps.
Well, maybe he was looking to try and break the outside edge with the ball moving away.
No, but that was a pitch of a delivery. You saw him go really wide of the crease, angled in, hit up about on the middle stump line, and still shaped away considerably.
Forced to defend, and the opening over of the new ball. .255, 257. You have more information on that?
Yes, we do, but Reds for sure. Could you imagine the very first delivery he bowled, where it looked as if he attacked the stumps? He found the outside edge of the bat, and the ball ended up in the hands of the cordon. But this is a good grouping. These are very good deliveries, and it's fair to say that better batsmen would have nicked those.
Well, every day is fishing day, every day is not catching day.
That's right. But speaking of catching, Nathan Edwards, he picked up a 6-wicket haul in that game. Left-handed pacer. So it was 6 for Nathan Edwards and 3 wickets for Joshua Bishop, the impressive left-arm spinner. Kelvin Pittman picked up 1 wicket, followed up his 7-wicket haul in the first innings.
Well, what would the West Indies board do with all that talent? You keep it together, you include it into an A tour.
Anderson being given his opportunity with the new ball. Pitches up, and the running between these batsmen has been good. Takes the partnership into the 90s. Around the swat, taking his tally up to 62 and extends the lead. Lead now at 37.
Philip operating in very cool conditions. Runs away from us around the wicket. Solid, defiant defensive stroke. Ball thrown down to Warrican, who's gone to mid-off. Most captains like to feel it mid-off. They're in touch with their bowler. And they see what's happening with the ball because they're in line. If you're at mid-wicket, you tend to be very far away from everything. Nice looking shot, but unproductive. Any more information off that magical photo of yours?
Now, Reds, the score has moved on to 174. So you just see Jerome Taylor having a bit of a word with Shamar Joseph. So much knowledge and experience in Taylor. Played cricket at the highest level and has represented the West Indies with distinction. An ideal man to have in the backroom staff and out there with the bowlers.
So Philip in his 18th over, 3 for 52. He would have enjoyed his work today. Ideally, he would have liked to pick up with a fifer. It's still on. 7 wickets down. He's got 3. 2 slips in the gully. I'm looking to turn that away, but not hitting the middle of the bat.
So it doesn't look as pacey as he did in the earlier spell. And to a certain extent, that is to be expected, but still landing that new ball in good areas.
Well, 4 o'clock in the afternoon from 10 o'clock in the morning. Confident looking stroke. Hitting it down Warrican. And the over completed 257 for 7. JJ.
Yes, and the impressive run the swat continues. Solidity, grit, determination, application. All of that was read into when we discussed his first class figures. Pointed out very early on that just from his approach on entrance to the crease, he had looked like a danger man, willing to marshal the troops, marshal the lower order. Hasn't really put a foot wrong in the innings thus far. Skulk Engelbrett has taken a page from his book. But let's see how Shamar Joseph deals with him in this over. Will he attack the stumps?
Well, let's see. Lifting delivery into the air of the just above the rib cage. But at this point, I think the West Indies top order is maybe thinking of their job whenever the opportunity comes to start the West Indies a reply. They've got to do a lot better than they did the top order. A lot of did in the first innings. It's only 2 men who stood up, really. That's turned away just outside of the reach of the keeper.
It's a badly lined delivery from Shaman Joseph, possibly this was his attempt to go for the stumps, or maybe looking for that glory delivery, the one that shapes from outside the leg and hits the top of off. Either way, this one smartly turned around the corner by Engelbert. Picks up a boundary with that tickle down to fine leg. Takes his tally up to 35. Has been around for 99 deliveries.
Squared him up on that occasion. And batsman held his position. But for whatever means, he got behind it. The day started a long time ago at 44 for 2. At lunch of 16 overs, there were 124 for 5. The West Indies had made good progress. At tea, 207 for 3. 2 mid-wicket, 1. They will look for the second. So from the 207 for 3, they've reached 263 for 7. Lead inches up to 43. The partnership getting up to 196. That's turned well away. This time, not just a single, but this time outside the leg stump and turned away. Keeper have no chance at all. The total will rush up further. 267, the lead of 47. And the partnership now exactly 100.
Yes, and it's made for good viewership. The way that these two have applied themselves. But again, you could see that Shaman Joseph, he did make a considered effort. He is trying to possibly attack the stumps. Hasn't gotten it right, has been outside the line of leg stump.
3 slips in the gully. Beats him outside the off stump, but doesn't take the outer edge. So Joseph completed his 19th over, 3 none for 67. And it's going to be, no doubt, Philip to continue from the commentary box end. JJ.
Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Fuller Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your vibes. Get your tickets at windiescricket.com.
It's Anderson Phillip. He's picked up 3 wickets in the innings. Plan is clear, trying to get the sword to drive outside the line of the off stump. See there, gentleman, actually a local umpire, having a watch at some high quality cricket. There's Phillip from wide of the crease. And again, solidly played from the swat. Reg, you had mentioned it in your conversation with Claudius, as you guys wondered whether or not the new ball would have been taken. And your point was that a lot of work has been done by the quick men, but Warwick opting to take the new ball straight away. Thus far, hasn't produced the required result.
Well, other than himself, there was no other sixth or seventh bowler he could have really brought on.
Yes, Hodge not in the squad for this game. Afanez has done the pants. Has been under the bat. Possible that he could have turned to Craig Brathwaite, who does have a 5-wicket haul at test level.
He did have one over from Brathwaite, one from Anderson. That's flirting with danger. I think we have a listener in Derek Murray, but he doesn't refer to cricket. He's wishing everyone in the box a happy Whit Monday. Well, it's almost over, bar the shouting. It's now just coming up to 7 minutes past 4. Well, thank you, Derek, who's just about to return back to Trinidad. Change of government, the high commissions are changed. Forced away, runs here, this probably have enough legs just to go into the boundary. No, it does not. Very good bit of work by Andrew.
That was, again, exquisitely played. Stood up tall, punched this one for the offside. Although late in the day, you must admire the effort from fielder. Sort of desperation that is required at the highest level. Every run counts, and you need to put your body on the line. The bowlers are giving everything and they need the support.
Lead 49.
Two slips, a gully await. Batter being allowed to leave, not forced to play. I mean, this certainly was the purpose of the new ball. You want the batters to be playing as much as possible.
So I think we need to give this partnership a great deal of credit, because they came together when they were under the cosh, and at that time there was a question mark whether South Africa A could get 200. They've taken it to 270. Excellent partnerships. Outstanding. A partnership that could determine maybe the outcome of this game. The West Indies are going to have runs to clear off. The top order really needs to be a lot more disciplined. Their shot selection really has got to improve, because most of the top order just found ways to get out. It had nothing to do with pressure from the bowling.
So good delivery. Johan Lane being given the opportunity with the new ball, and many persons have been commenting on his walk back to his mark. In fact, our statsman Ron Cox just informed me that Lane has a walk similar to a Michael Holding. Yes. Yes, Michael Holding, known as the Whispering Deaf, so certainly not his approach to the crease, but his walk back. Reds, what say you? A man who certainly has seen Michael Holding a few times.
No, there's a similarity in the walk back, but right now that's about as far as it can go.
Lane. Oh. Almost dragged this one back. But in Johan Lane, you see all the raw ingredients. for success at the higher level. It just depends on how he's groomed and managed.
We just heard of the success of Pittman
Yes.
in Antigua. I like the young man Simmons from Barbados, left armor.
Ooh, that one was struck ferociously. Jomel Warwick and
Is he
doing the
down?
work. Take a look at this one.
He's
This one
seemed,
appeared to have been in the air.
seemed to be injured.
Was that a catch? That is the question. It looked up on replay that it
We need to
was in the air.
see it again.
Drawn in by the length. We've seen a few of the deliveries that he has played being inside edged, almost cannoning into his stumps. But when the ball is pitched up, he's still opting to open the gate and go for the drive. Just take a look at that on replay. He's driving again. Outer edge found. With sharp work by Kevin Anderson in the cordon, preventing that one from going to the boundary. And after 85 overs, we scored 270 for 7.
As drinks come on, and I think the West Indies will gather together and work out a plan to break this partnership. The South Africans out with water and towel. So you heard the total, a lead of 100, lead of 50 exactly, a partnership of 103. The players have a break. We will take a break and come back with the action as soon as it resumes.
Shay, West Indies will be taking the first straight this summer at home against South Africa. You know once that first ball's bowled, it's game on. Full of energy from the start.
For real, Haley. The fans already lining up. Flags waving, drums beating. Because when we home, we full of energy. Let me add in quote Sammy real quick. See what the vibe is.
Shay, skipper, I was just about to call you. This will be a summer to remember. Action package with T20s, ODIs, and Test cricket. The tickets are now available. We bring in the fire, and the fans bring in the vibes. But we're missing that extra spark. Hold on, I know who to call.
Coachman Sammy, you know I'm always ready. But where's he play?
Teja, we heard you're the man with the vibes for this summer home series. We need a fire to light up this whole region.
Haley, say no more.
Yes, so welcome back to the action. The score 270 for 7 after 85. The new ball has been taken. It was taken immediately once it was available. But the new ball has not brought about the success that West Indies A would have wanted. Anderson Phillip continues after the break. For another beautiful delivery, a beach over delivery, but again, going past the bat, not finding the outside edge. The batsman could argue that he pulled away the bat at the last moment. Welcome back to you, Claudius.
Thank you, JJ. 74-7. 103 this partnership. South Africa A getting themselves to a solid position. Phillip looking to break this partnership. Outside the off stump, good delivery. Engelbrecht drawn towards it, but no touch. So this has been really good supporting innings from the young man. 41 from 106 deliveries, and credit to him, and really just showing the sort of ability, the characteristics in his play that has contributed to him being at this level. It's a little squared up, but in behind it plays back onto the offside, so Phillip can't get through. 21-year-old batted over 100 deliveries in the partnership in support of the SWAT.
Yes, an innings that would undoubtedly enhance his credentials as a batter and would go a long way towards repaying the faith shown in him by the selectors.
3 slips and a gully. Phillip to Engelbrecht. Lines it up well, and then very happy to raise the bat high above the head. And again, practicing that. So important that the good things are continued to be executed. So doing it the right way and then doing it again, making sure that it gets into the habit of playing the ball on its merit, doing the right things. Good basic principles of batting for young men. Phillip outside the off stump again, not playing and doing his coach in the outfit here and back in South Africa, making them very proud.
Certainly from our stats, it is the first time that he's batting in first-class cricket and would certainly want to register a half-century. But the coach of the bowling unit, Jerome Taylor, I'm sure that he would want for Anderson to entice the drive.
He's got the support, 3 slips and a gully. But Engelbrecht is into his stumps and pushes in defense to Warwican at mid-wicket. No run. Warwican picking up that ball and knowing that he's got his work cut out for him as captain of the West Indies A team, of course vice captain of the West Indies senior team, and so good experience for him. How would you assess his work so far in this game? First major game, him being thrown in the deep end of leadership.
It's fair to say that he has controlled things well out there. When you look at that in comparison to the previous game, the run rate, just speaking about that, you can just see some dark clouds looming ominously in the background. But Warwican has kept things tight. The game hasn't really run away from West Indies A, to his credit.
Lane starts a new over. Balls down the leg side. Emlach with a lot of work will keep them from taking the bye as he recovers well. Didn't catch it cleanly first attempt. And having a lot of work to do there. Skipping across with the footwork and then having to stretch as Lane was wayward down the leg side. So the dark clouds we saw, they're at the southern end of the ground and so not really threatening us. Looking to threaten the stumps there was Lane, but the swat equal to it. Lane up to mid-off, no run. Baziraf now indicating a change of approach. Warrican seemed to be enjoying things, big smile on his face. And getting warmed up for the upcoming test series. Lane over the wicket to the left-hander. Bowls into the pad, clipped away. But Andrew is posted at the square boundary. One more to the swat, taking him to 65. The lead pushing up to 51 as the right-handed Scott Engelbrecht will come into strike.
Just remember that Johan Lane has shown prowess when bowling to the right-handers. He does have one wicket, that of the opening batsman, Senukwani. Got him caught at second slip. Can he replicate? He's pitching up.
Oh, dropping short of Campbell. May not have come cleanly or straight from the outside edge. It was full and low, and may have been a bump ball too. Yes, that seemed to have gone outside edge into the ground and then dropping short of the first slip Campbell. We'll look at it again on the replay. Well, definitely bouncing before him. This time it's Atenez diving away to his right, stopping it from sneaking through. Lane looking to go full at Engelbrecht the last two deliveries.
And immediately you just see that it is a different game. As soon as they have pitched up the ball to Engelbrecht, they have found the outside edge. The ball is first off going to John Campbell at first slip, then Afanez at second.
One delivery to complete the Lane over. Outside the off stump, Engelbrecht lines it up well. It moves away ever so slightly off the seam. A relatively new ball, just the 7th over of it. The second new ball, 270 for 7 at the end of the over. So 87 overs all told. This short 66 from 106. Scott Engelbrecht 41 from 113. The partnership 103.
Yes, and Johan
104, correction.
Johan Lane should be encouraged by what he saw in that previous over. Pitching up the ball, getting that movement away, attacking the stumps, forcing the batter to play. So hopefully Anderson can also take a page from that book. He's picked up 3 wickets. Certainly want to pick up at least 5 wicket haul. A chance for 6. 3 wickets are left.
A bit of attention for the swat from the physio, and taking advantage of a drink as well. So long innings for him, 66 he is, and has really put in a good effort for South Africa. Bright sunshine with us at Darren Sammy Cricket Ground. We'll continue with Philip into his 21st over. 3 for 55. 2 slips and a fine gully. And that long leg being pulled away to his left. Finer. Philip over the wicket to the left-hander. walks across and plays up on the offside. Let's look at the bowling. It's been a hard toil for West Indies. Shamar Joseph, 19 overs, 4 maidens, not for 67. Philip, 20 overs, 5 maidens, 3 for 55. Is into his 21st. Lane, 16 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 49. Graves, 16 overs, 2 for 48. Philip to the swat, plays up to extra cover, no run. Warwican, 14 overs, 1 for 37 with 1 maiden. Anderson 1 over for 7. Brathwaite 1 over for 2. South Africa losing Senokwan 23. Herman 18. Peter 50. Ackerman 22. Kwishele 1. Pretorius 20. Pomgwana 17. This one 65. Engelbrecht 41. They are in strike. They are not out. Clipped away by this one. They're coming back for the second, but the fielder Andrew not picking up, and they will get an opportunity to take 2 additional runs. So 3 in all to this one, taking him to 69 to 74 for 7. The lead pushing on to 54. Partnership of 107. The field changing over for the right-handed Engelbrecht. So Philip will continue. Just a little adjustment in the offside field. Andrew comes to strengthen the slip cordon at 3rd slip. Philip to Engelbrecht. Good shape on that, swinging away from the right-hander, but it's too wide to interest the stroke, and so Engelbrecht happy to not play. 274 for 7. Today we don't have the help of the scoreboard to tell us number of overs remaining, and so we'll ask Coxie to do some calculations for us, how many we have had in the day. Good delivery outside the off stump, a lot closer to the off stump. Engelbrecht pulling the bat away at the last moment and wanting to bring the slips into action, and unlucky to go past the outside edge there.
Again, not full enough is the cry. But can we just bring the fans some news concerning West Indies Academy versus Sri Lanka emerging players? The Academy, they need 101 more runs to win with 4 wickets in hand.
Wide of off stump and ignored by Engelbrecht to end the over. 274 for 7. South Africa A lead 54. So Academy 197 for 6. And the not out batters are?
Let's give you that. It's Colin Bowen Tuckett, not out on 28. Nathan Edward, not out on 2. Rivaldo Clark went for 36. Akimo Geist went for 82. Jagasar went for 7. And Becky Joseph scored 25. Teddy Bishop, the captain, scored 7. Joshua Bishop just scored the 1. So Nathan Edward, who picked up the 6-wicket haul, is now tasked with the responsibility along with Bowen Tuckett to bring the game home.
Okay, is this the final day of this game? Or
Game.
that game?
Finishes on the 10th.
Down the leg side, catch taken, but no touch, says the umpire. So Lane, a little offline there, looking to clip at it. Maybe coming off the pad. Good catch by Mlach, but no edge. So 274 for 7. We've got bright sunshine at the ground, but to our left in the distance, where the weather comes from, a little dark. We'll pray that that blows away towards the southwest. And away from us, breeze there helping to do so. So we'll keep an eye on that. Lane into the leg stump and clipped away to mid-on. And there's no run. At the start of the over, Gillan Tyson coming onto the field as a substitute. He's currently at mid-on. Didn't quite see who actually went off. But Tyson on the field as a substitute. As Lane will move into this one. Back of a length, quick single, good response from Engelbrecht, and they go through. 275 for 5. This one going to 70 with the single. Engelbrecht coming in to strike. He's 9 away from his 50.
Yes. The run rate just at 3.11. So again, the game not really running away from the West Indies A, but they would be concerned about this lead. This lead which has been extended to 54.
Yeah, quite dark in the distance. Driving, finding the gap is Engelbrecht. Out towards the boundary for 4 at extra cover as the ground staff begin to get themselves ready, because they think, as I do, that we may have some rain in a few minutes. So beginning to adorn the yellow raincoats, and it looks like we might have an interruption. So this is day 2, partnership pushing on to 112.
Yes, so groundsmen being mobilized, possibly for some showers, but Engelbrecht should be showered with some praises for that exquisitely timed drive through the covers.
Lane, edge, past the slip, and down to the boundary for 4. Warwican might have picked it up on the bounce. It didn't go to hand. He's at third slip, but down to the boundary for 4. Engelbrecht getting closer, 49 to 83 for 7.
He's motioning as if he played that one deliberately. Your take on that, Claudius? Convinced?
Away from the body, sort of guiding it away to the left of Warwican. I think it will give him the benefit that he actually did so deliberately. He's 1 away from his 50. Lane goes wide of off stump and allowed to go into the gloves of the keeper. 283 for 7. The ground staff getting a little bit more agitated, a little bit more vocal, trying to mobilize themselves to prepare for the shower, which seems to be coming our way.
Yes, and the West Indies A was certainly not prepared for this knock from Engelbrecht, nor for this partnership which has gone up to 116. It's been a really good effort from the South Africa A team to mobilize the resources in the lower order to post a partnership score of significance. Anderson Phillip, the most successful of the bowlers. Opted to attack the left-handed batter from over the wicket this time. Still needs to try to force the batters to drive the ball, in my opinion.
Philip starts a new over and bowls wide of off stump. So it's gotten a little dark to our left, and my app says rain expected at around 5 p.m. and it is showing about a 33% chance of rain, and I think the ground staff, with their knowledge of the local conditions, very much agreeing that rain is around. Play and a miss outside the off stump. Larch taking that, and the frustration for Philip and company continues. A lot of balls have bit the bat, JJ, but there are not many that have taken the edge.
Yes, and there have been times where the edge has been found and catches have been dropped. So that is another thing to consider. But nonetheless, Anderson's job is to find the edge or send the stumps cartwheeling.
Philip bowls to the Swat, who pushes into the offside. There's no run. So the ground staff at their ready. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 of them. I heard them calling for all men, all men, all men. So looks like it's going to be quite a bit of work for them to bring on the cover for the main strip, and then the square of the back foot punched away nicely. But the sweeper at the point is posted, so just a single. Single to the Swat, taking him to 71, 284 for 5. As we look to our left, it's actually clearing up, so I think that may be good news. So it looks like there's an improvement in it. We may still get rain. Roland tells me 15 more overs after this one, so this is the 75th over of the day. Philip to the right-hander now. Engelbrecht is defending away and happy to bide his time. He's 49, faced 120 deliveries. Ground staff still at their ready.
It's a really good innings from Engelbrecht. Would certainly want to get that single to register his first half century of his first-class career. He's taught a real lesson in patience and temperament.
Philip down the leg side, clipped away, down to long leg for a boundary that will bring up 50 for Scott Engelbrecht, going to 53 and appreciating the applause from his teammates, raising the bat, number 7, and also looking up to the heavens as well. Grateful for his first opportunity to get to the landmark. 53 coming from 121 balls, 9 fours, striking at 43.8. But he will not mind that, because this is the first opportunity for him to get there, crossing the line of a half century as the ball crossed the boundary.
Yes, and that innings would serve as repayment of the faith and investment shown in him by team management and selectors. Saw something in this young man who just played 2 first-class games. given the opportunity ahead of Sir Brian, who took 5-wicket haul in the previous game.
And I particularly like the gesture of looking up towards the heavens and really being grateful to the powers that be.
Praise the Lord, from whom all good blessings flow.
Absolutely. Good way to go, young man. 288 for 7. We've got a break in play. Attention from the dressing room. And looks like the two South Africa A batters getting some assistance from the physio, getting a drink as well. An opportunity for Scott Engelbrecht to really reflect and say, yes, I've crossed the line, but I need to extend this innings and try and get to 3 figures.
Possible, and if not, try to be there while Ron the Swat gets himself to 3 figures.
Of course, he's closer, he's 71. And together they have put on 121. That has really held up the West Indies A. Rain in close proximity to us, but just maybe around the ground, not quite in the stadium. We can see to our left, seeming to skirt away, looking to go towards the southern end of the ground. The ground staff are not looking to bring on the covers, so I think we may be lucky to miss the brunt of this rain, which is skirting to the south.
Yes, and Jumel Warwick, and in response to proceedings, has opted to take the ball. He's the captain of the team today. Innings has seen some 90 overs. The ball is still relatively new, taken at the 81st over. Pacers have toiled. We've seen 19 overs from Shamar Joseph, 22 from Philip, 17 from Lane.
Warwican in his 15th. He will bowl to this one. Pushes forward, back to him. The drizzle has arrived with us, but very light and may not cause an interruption. Forward goes this one. And plays on the onside, being picked up by Savory, the substitute. Warwican continues. Punch out towards the long off fielder for a single. So this one moving up to 72, 289 for 7. Partnership 122, the lead 68. South Africa moving along nicely. South Africa A.
The SWAT moving on to 72. Really need to admire this innings, an innings of composure, maturity, discipline.
Warwican round the wicket. Engelbrecht goes back and plays away in defense. Engelbrecht, 21 years old. This is his third first-class game, but he's batting for the first time at this level. Clipped away
Keep going, boys.
to the short mid-wicket. No run. So, auspicious start to his first-class batting career. Sort of a round arm delivery by Warwican, defended away to short mid-wicket. No run, end of the over, 289 for 7, lead 69.
That is a sizable lead, and West Indies A would have certainly not bargained for this. I'm sure that in the team meetings when opposition players are being discussed, Engelbrecht would not have been a feature in the conversation where his batting would have been concerned. They would have had no knowledge of his batting ability. There he is standing up for South Africa A, representing his team well, applying himself with the bat. Has been around for 122 deliveries, has faced up to the pace of Shamar Joseph, stood up to the aggression from Johan Lane, the skill of Philip, the wiles of Warwicken, and looks quite settled at the crease.
Shamar Joseph for another spell. His 20th over. 19 of his 4 maidens not for 67. He will operate round the wicket. This one not quite happy to or ready to take strike, pulling away. And Warwicken affording Joseph another opportunity to come in. This is spell number 6 for him. Coxie, can you confirm that this is Joseph's 6th spell? They have been mostly for about 4 overs at a time. Goes into the off stump punch away for a single. So this one getting his 73rd run, taking the total to 290 for 7. So Joseph, first spell 4 overs, next another 4, then another 4. His 4th spell consisted of 5 overs. I make it, taking him up to 17, and then another spell of 2. So 4, 4, 4, 5, and 2, making the 19. So that's what 5 spells. This is his 6th then. So he pushes up to extra cover. There's no run. Did we get that right, JJ? 4, 4, 4. That's 12. Then 5, 17, and 2, 19. 6 spell for Shamar Joseph. Good management of the workload.
Yes, and it's important to do so. Strike force, your weapon, needs to be managed.
Balls outside the off stump to Engelbrecht, who allows it to go into the gloves of the keeper.
Yes, you want to give him opportunity to get that much needed practice overs in his legs, but you don't want to bowl him to the ground.
And I think in that respect, credit to Jerome Taylor, Jomel Warwicken, and the West Indies A. I think they have managed him well. Balls onto the stumps. Engelbrecht is in behind it, pushing away towards Warwicken at mid-off. No run. So the disappointment for Joseph is the fact that he hasn't had anything to celebrate. There have been some close calls, but certainly would be aware that it's really a work in progress, building towards the big event, the test match number 1 against outside the off-stump. Good one. Just underlining how unlucky he's been as well. He has not always been exactly right on the money, but just think that he was there, and well, credit to Engelbrecht pulling the bat away at the last moment.
Yes, it just strikes me that today is just Engelbrecht's day. He could have edged any one of those deliveries. Could have been gone a long time ago, but things have gone his way.
Joseph to Engelbrecht. Wide of off stump and let go to complete the over, the first of a 6 spell for Shamar Joseph, completing his 20th over. South Africa a 290 for 7. They lead by 70 runs.
That lead just building and building and building up to 70, and Reds did mention that they wouldn't want to knock off anything more than 40. It's almost doubled at this point, and we're just not sure who will be the man to raise his hand for West Indies A to see the back of one of these two or both?
Warwick continuing. He's
Keep going, Warwick, keep going, Warwick.
16th over, 1 for 38. Solitary slip. Operate over the wicket to the left-hander. The short clips it away through square leg for an easy single. Taking him to 74. So yesterday we brought you up to date with the action of South Africa A versus West Indies A. The last series between the two being won by South Africa 2-1. West Indies going down in the first game at Benoni. South Africa coming back to win the last two. Forward goes Engelbrecht
Warwick, keep going, Warwick.
and plays away into the offside. No run. This time driven by Engelbrecht to extra cover. No run. Warwick round the wicket. And Engelbrecht defending away. So batting and batting. Continuing to backlog. Slip and forward short leg. Round the wicket. This is what Engelbrecht driving but can't beat Andrew at extra cover. 291 for 7. It's not been a day of rapid scoring. It's not gotten past 3 runs per over. Just above into the leg stump and pushed away in defense as the over comes to an end. So another one from Warwick. 93 overs all told, 291 for 7 as JJ is going to take a break and Reds will come in. A partnership.
Hi, I'm Rustin Chase, the new West Indies Test captain. It's a great privilege and honor to continue this legacy of West Indies cricket. The team's first assignment under my leadership will be against Australia in the Full of Energy Men's Home Series, with 3 matches being played in Barbados, Grenada, and then Jamaica. So Maroon fans, please come out and support. We need your energy, we need your...
Joseph starts a new over and the SWAT playing it away through square leg for a single, taking him to 75, 292 for 7. And Reds, you come back, partnership of 125 going on and on and on.
Yes, you know, at the start of today, you wonder who was going to be in the driving seat at the end of the second day. Well, it's clear as mud. It's South Africa.
South Africa indeed. A play and a miss outside off stump. Emlak also missing. And I tell you what, had that taken the edge, I think we would have had a very unhappy set of West Indies A players out there. It was a good delivery, extra bonks going past the edge.
Yes.
Emlach didn't hold on.
He's bowled some real beauties, but
He
no luck.
has no luck. Joseph plugs away outside the off stump on the bounce into the third slip. Anderson knocks it down. 292 for 7, the lead 72.
I think the rain threat is gone.
Appreciably clearer out on the east to our left. And looks like we are clear for the rest of the day. So what became of my 33% chance of rain? Shot into the body, but handled well by
You didn't say when.
Engelbrecht. It actually said when. It said around the 5 o'clock. But we did have rain, but it skirted towards the south of the ground. So credit to the app from weather.com.
Yep. Credit.
Joseph, no credit for him in the fourth column. A lot of debits. 69 runs off of him. Short. And let go by Engelbrecht. Emlach taking it about head height. So good bounce there for Joseph.
Yeah, still running in, still hostile.
Still running in, and this is the good thing about him. He is given 100% all the time. Running in, good rhythm. Let's look at his no ball situation. That's an interesting note for Joseph. Just the 3 no balls, so I think you wouldn't be too hard on him for that. He's on the off stump, just outside, pushed away into the backward point region for a single. His over comes to an end. 2 runs coming off of it. 293 for 7. The SWAT is 75. Engelbrecht 53. The partnership 126. The lead 73.
You know, when the selectors back in South Africa, I'm sure they're probably watching, listening, they will be pretty happy with the selection because we have not really seen a player who have not impressed us in this South African. Everyone. I mean, this is a bonus. Today is a bonus because they expected something from these 2 people. One on debut. So it's a real plus situation.
Yes, and we saw a glimpse of the South Africa A camp there, looking quite relaxed. Quite a change from what it was at 167 for 7 when these 2 came together. Was a little jittery, you would have expected, around the South Africa A camp, but they are quite relaxed now. As Engelbrecht continuing to bat well, pushing out towards the short extra cover fielder. He's 54, 293 for 7. Warwican continuing. Engelbrecht driving, they go for a quick single, he'll get it. As Lane not even in a position to release the return towards the keeper, just holding on to it, considering that the single was comfortably taken. 294 for 7. Change of gloves for the SWAT from the dressing room.
But the threat is not so much the weather now. The threat is the light. Whether this light is going to be.
Well, we've just gotten to 5 o'clock local time last evening. I think we closed off at 5:30. So we can assume that we have an additional half an hour. Of course, the light will be a factor as to its quality, whether we can play in it. The SWAT pushing up back to Warwican. Midway in this, his 17th over, 95th of the innings. Angled in, clipped away by the SWAT to Anderson at mid-wicket. There's no run. So West Indies A would have to change the approach that they would have adopted for their second innings. Outside the off stump, a big drive. The bail's been whipped off by the keeper.
Very quick.
But nothing doing. No edge, back foot grounded. Some work for umpire Taylor, but as it gets close, work already done by the keeper. So umpire Taylor backpedaling.
Get the ball.
Ball hit off the back foot, out to his left, out towards the boundary. Can Brathwaite pull it back? No. Goes ahead of him into the boundary. Another boundary to Diswat, taking him into the 80s. Or is he 79? He's 79, 298 for 7. South Africa inching to the 300 mark at the end of the over, the 95th of the innings.
And the lead inched up, lead of 78. It will take a solid opening partnership to clear that off. So tomorrow we enter the third day with South Africa A holding the upper hand.
Indeed, and it makes a difference, Red. You spoke about the opening partnership for West Indies A. 2-3 hours ago, it could have been a case where they come out with positivity, but they are coming out with a deficit. As Joseph starts, Engelbrecht is covering up and playing to backward point, no run. And of course, still 3 wickets remaining, so this lead has the potential to go well beyond the 3-figure mark.
Even if one goes, Mariki or Sela might come and hold the other end.
It will be interesting to see how they play. They can come and play supporting stuff, or they can look to be aggressive. Joseph, Engelbrecht standing straight and punching away to backward point. And no run.
The light on the improve.
The partnership improving all the time. It's 131. Indeed, getting considerably brighter. In fact, the sun actually coming through now. So as the sun begins to set, we are in its glory. Short delivery, difficult one, but oh, that was one where Engelbrecht was flinching, didn't know where that went. But luckily for him, it went to the short point position. He was quite awkward there. And luckily not going close to a fielder. Good shot one from Joseph.
As far as A matches go, this must be a partnership record. Because it's not very often you... I know, I'm not asking you to know, I'm just thinking about it. Oh.
Full delivery, clipped away through square leg for 4. Loose one from Joseph into the thigh area, just above the knee actually, and whipped away by Engelbrecht for a boundary, bringing up the 300 for South Africa. A 302 for 7 as the partnership pushes to 135. Engelbrecht going to 59. 582 deliveries. The landmark being achieved in. Back goes Engelbrecht. Guides it down to third man. A single taken, taking him to 60. 303 for 7. 2 deliveries left in the Joseph over.
You know, when you were looking at those 8 tours, you probably would have seen the name Isaiah Thorne, who had a very good 8 tour, had a very good on the 19 tour, started with the Guyana team this year, got in, had a toe injury. I think the big toe was giving trouble, and he's virtually disappeared from the Guyana scene.
This one, looking for a single, maybe for the first time misunderstanding between himself and Engelbrecht, but no damage done. They are able to stay in their respective creases. End of the over, 303 for 7. As we have had 96 overs, 136 the partnership, the lead 83.
Well, the end of a long day continues. The weather isn't going to help the West Indies to walk off because no threat of rain, but now the sun has come out like late Indian golden sun, really lighting up the entire ground. The entire ground. What's the next activity of the ground? CPL?
Possibly. We have spoken about the T10 locally, but I don't think this ground is a venue for that. So I think the next major action for the DSCG will be the CPL, the locally based franchise. The St. Lucia Kings, of course, the champions of CPL. Bowling change by Warwican, bringing on Brathwaite for a second over. He has had one early in the day, 1 over for 3 runs. So the slow stuff of Craig Brathwaite will come into Engelbrecht. Backs away and hits it down to third man and will go into the boundary, traveling there slowly, but will get there ahead of Philip. 64 now to Engelbrecht, 307 for 7.
I think he was looking to hit that squarer. Took the toe of the bat. Hard luck on Brathwaite.
Yes, would have gone a lot closer to Philip and maybe not having him to do so much work. Brathwaite round the wicket, continues. Short pulled away out towards mid wicket. Savory, the substitute, will get around from long on and keep them down to 2. Engelbrecht going to 66. And Brathwaite being introduced there to break this partnership. Back goes the right-hander, plays up to extra cover, and there is no run.
Achieves a dot ball.
Dot ball indeed. Scoreboard showing 9 overs after this one remaining. Off the back foot, chopped away, cut away, through point for 4. So easy runs for the taking here, being capitalized upon by the right-hander, going to 70 and looking to overtake the Swart now. 313 for 7, and good acceleration in recent times from Engelbrecht. He's only 9 away from the Swart. Outside the off stump, the appeal going up. Bales whipped off by the keeper, but Brad Taylor says not out. So Brathwaite getting one past Engelbrecht there. Yes, outside the off stump. Good work from Emlak, but the back foot was grounded. Brathwaite again. Shorter, allowing Engelbrecht to go back and punch away to extra cover for a single. 71 to him, 314 for him. The end of a decent over from Brathwaite. The lead 80, or is it 94? 94.
Yes, but still expensive. They have picked up some very important runs. The lead now 93. Now in normal 4-day cricket, this is a good lead, with probably more to come.
Indeed, good lead. And South Africa with visions of it getting bigger and bigger as we have an interruption in play. Some assistance.
Cramp. I think the left hand.
Engelbrecht.
Yeah.
Yes, the left hand. Well, it has had to prepare for a lot of deliveries, 152 of them. Yes. And the workload on the left hand needing some attention. The physio administering same to the young man. West Indies Academy falling short of the target, all out 222, and so Sri Lanka winning by 75 runs. So disappointment here for the West Indies Academy. Sri Lanka emerging players getting victory. West Indies Academy falling short, being all out 222.
Well, the physios come out, they've massaged, they've refreshed him. But, you know, for a man making his debut, this probably could be his very longest knock. You know, the hands get very tired.
Indeed. So treatment having been received by the young man, so he's coming back to continue his innings. Breaking news, Reds, from the White Ball Arena. Nicholas Pooran announcing his retirement. Have you gotten that story, sir? You
No,
seem
sir.
to be well connected and in the loop of things.
I've turned off my phone. Well, maybe clearing the deck to play, as the president of the board has suggested, red ball cricket.
Moving in is Warrican, pushed up onto the offside, and there's no run. He comes in again to the SWAT. So he has announced, Nicholas Pooran, his retirement from international cricket.
International cricket.
International cricket. Warrican bows to Engelbrecht and plays away to the silly point. There's no run. Forward goes the right-hander, pushing back at Warrican, no run.
Is there an accompanying statement?
After much thought and reflection, I've decided to announce my retirement from international cricket. That's a quote attributed to Pooran outside the off stump. There is no run, so a very short story. That is what we have. Swept away by the right-hander. The man at square leg is coming across, picking up nicely. Johan Lane, and keeping them down to 2. Engelbrecht going to 73, 316 for 7. End of the over, the 98th of the innings. The lead 96. So Pooran recently asked for a rest from the IPL. Made his announcement on Instagram, it says, on June 9th.
Yes, and a great loss to the T20 side, because I'm sure that Darren Sammy would have hoped that he would have kept playing and reproduced the form of an IPL for the West Indies. But articles will be written.
Interesting, a little surprising. At the age of 29, and well, we'll look to get more background information on this development. Anderson starts a new over and bowls to the left-handed Deswat, who plays back to the bowler. So Braff with just a 1 over, costing 11, been replaced by Anderson. Short, pulled away to the long-on fielder. Andrew is there. And the total 300 and, in fact, the partnership of 150 coming up and being applauded. 73 is Engelbrecht's contribution. The SWAT contributing 76. So a big partnership between these two. Outside the off stump, Anderson bowls and into the gloves of the keeper. Reg, you're talking about this could be possibly a record partnership at the A level.
Yep.
Has the looks of it for a wicket so late in the innings, the 850. South Africa really putting themselves into a strong position. Clipped away from outside the off stump by Engelbrecht, out towards the long on fielder. And they take one more, 318 for 7. 2 deliveries left in the Kevlon Anderson over. 1 correction. As off the back foot, punching away to the sweeper in Shamar Joseph. They humble the single as the over comes to an end. So this one going to 81 with the single. Engelbrecht is 74. 319 for 7. The partnership 152. The lead 99.
You know, the start of the day, 44 for 2. Interesting game on situation. Certainly it was game on at 124 for 5. And
it was game on at 167 for 7.
Yep.
But
and
it's
200.
It's South Africa A game now.
Yeah.
Huge partnership.
200
And
is
Warwican, well, he has used the seamers, he has changed the bowlers around with spin. He has used 7 bowlers, but he has not been able to break that partnership. And to be fair, I think this has been a chanceless partnership. There was
John Campbell.
1 catch. This partnership, right?
No.
No, it wasn't this one. Played away off the back foot by Diswat for his 82nd run. 320 now for 7. So the lead 100. So they have put on 153. And I think we can say it's been a chanceless partnership.
Yes, I was saying that we had 1 chance which we put down, maybe.
Indeed. It was John Campbell putting a chance down in over number 26, Cox tells me. This is the 100th over of the innings. And so, what, 74 overs this partnership has been going on for Coxie. Forward goes Engelbrecht.
And look at the attack. A slip, a silly bit off, a leg slip.
3 fielders around the bat. Warwican brings Engelbrecht forward. And he plays away to extra cover. There's no run. So 320 for 7 as we get towards the close of play on day 2. Flighted delivery. And Engelbrecht allowing it to go wide of the off stump. No run. Lead remaining 100. Warwican round the wicket, flighted. And a little inside edge onto the pad, but a big stride in, so no seriousness in the little inquiry from the fielders. The end of the over. So 100 overs completed in the innings. 320 for 7. Overall, a pretty sedate rate of 3.2 per over. But South Africa A will not mind. What's more important, the lead is exactly 100.
And the West Indies, when their turn finally comes on the 3rd day, they will really have to bat almost 100% better than they did when they first got 220.
Randy.
Anderson to start his third over. Not for 10. Sending the swap back. Plays into extra cover. There's no run. Fuller delivery. Push back to Anderson.
He's got some promises as an off spinner.
We have seen him pick up wickets for Guyana, Happy Eagles, pick up wickets for West Indies A in the limited overs game.
I wonder
This
how
one
much
is-
he practices.
This one is played away
Sorry.
to square leg for a single, as this one goes to 83. Engelbrecht comes into strike. Warwican making a field change. Adjusting the men on the offside. Anderson round the wicket. Edge, in fact, driven, and well, did that go straight to hand, or was that hit hard into the ground? Warwican not holding on to it. Appears to have been hit into the ground. Engelbrecht taking a few exploratory steps out of his ground, had to go back. Played away off the outer portion of the bat, or maybe even the bat face, guiding it along to World's third man for a single. His 75th run, 319 for 7. As this 20 runs away from three figures, will come into strike. The over coming to an end with a dot ball. This defending away. 322 for 7 as we get towards the end of play. I make it 5 minutes, Reds, more.
Yep.
And we'll have to wait and see.
And everybody almost in slow motion. One of the South African batsmen on one knee, as if he is really at the end of his tenure. The West Indies, well, not in a hurry, but Warwican is attacking still. A slip, silly bit off leg slip.
Engelbrecht goes back, plays defensively. I think the objective here by Engelbrecht and the SWAT is to close off without losing their wickets and come back on day 3. Faster delivery. Defended away by the right-hander. Keeping out Warwican, from whom we haven't seen a lot of turn, to be honest. Forward he goes, and playing back to Warwican. This has not been a surface that offers a lot of spin.
I was looking more for the arm ball.
Swept away top edge, but will fall safely away to backward square leg and will allow them to come back for 2. Just not in control here, but went airborne for about maybe half of its flight towards the boundary, but the fielder on the boundary, so quite safe in the end. 2 more to Engelbrecht. He's 77. Warwican round the wicket, flighted, little inside edge, pushing it to mid-on. Phillip is there. No run. 1 delivery left in the over. Maybe the penultimate one of day 2. That's flighted. Engelbrecht has enough time to come forward, look, and then go back, punch away in defense. 324 for 7. The over comes to an end. Partnership 157, lead 104.
And Warwican there almost trying to tease the batsman, really floating it up. Not lollipops, but, giving it a lot of air with 2 close men, and they seem to be calling it a day.
Yes, discussion between the 2 umpires, maybe about the light, gotten a little dark. Not quite 5:30, but close to the end of play. But I think the umpires have had enough. So the end of day 2 South Africa A finishing on 324 for 7 with the SWAT 83 not out, Engelbrecht 77, their partnership 157, and the lead 104. South Africa A Red starting day 2 on 44 for 2 with Marcus Ackerman on knot, Naba Peter the non-striker, the night watchman on knot. They have really prospered, and at the end of day 2 they are well in the driver's seat with that lead of 104. Your assessment of day 2?
Well, I think the partnership that we've been talking about was the factor, because they were in trouble 7 down, but this was a very disciplined display, very disciplined. Just tail enders just defending. They're obviously in their own country players who play first-class cricket. Not only do they bowl, but they also bat, and they have put the West Indies under a great deal of pressure. Because what might it be, 30 or 40 lead, and there's more to come. They are not going to declare overnight.
Indeed. Well, with still Shepo Morike and Okushle Sele to come. The partnership for the 8th wicket, the highlight of the day, unbroken on 157. So let's wrap up before we go on day 2. The highlights of the scorecard. Peter getting to 50, Marcus Ackerman 22, Kweshele got 1, Luhandre Pretorius 20, Pomgwana getting 17, but the two who really held things together for South Africa was the SWAT. He has fished 83 from 134 balls with 7 fours, also batting 86 dots. And Shock Engelbrecht, the young man, the 21-year-old, he's 77 not out, 175 balls, 12 fours, and facing 143 dot balls. The bowling figures quickly for you, the short bowling figures. Shamar Joseph, not for 75 from 22. Anderson Phillip, 3 for 63 from 22. Johan Lane, 17 overs, 1 for 58. Justin Graves, 16 overs, 2 for 48. Jomel Warwick, 20 overs, 1 for 49. Kevlin Anderson, 3 overs for 12. Craig Bradford, 2 overs for 14. So that is the position at the close on day 2. The South Africa A, 324 for 7. So on behalf of Reds Pereira, Jamal James, Roland Cox, Dylan, and the production team, Claudius Emmanuel saying good night from the Darren Sammy Cricket Ground and asking you to join us at 10 o'clock tomorrow for the start of day 3. Bye-bye.